May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed material you want to give to the board members, you must provide them to Board Recording Secretary, which is located in the back, Gary Rozier, or to me, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining socially distanced from each other, wearing a disposable or cloth face covering over your nose and mouth at all times, and remain quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The time is now 6 o'clock, and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending both in person and on video conference. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. This meeting is being live streamed to the district's YouTube channel, and a recording of the meeting will be uploaded to the district's webpage following the conclusion of this meeting. Good evening, board members. All right. All right, our first item on the agenda, I will turn it over to Dr. Dupree. It is our School Health Advisory Council annual update.
Thank you, Madam President. It's hard to believe another year has passed, but it is a good evening to recognize and hear from our SHAC. So I'm going to turn the program over to Beth Martinez, who oversees this area. Beth?
Good evening, thank you. And I'm going to promptly turn it over to our Assistant Director of Health and Wellness, Lori Sartain, and welcome Melanie Ambarsi, who will also be part of the presentation this evening as our SHAC Chair. So thank you, Lori, for being here. Take it from there.
Good evening, Dr. Dupree, President Helliger, and members of the school board. My name is Lori Sartain. I'm the Assistant Director of Health and Wellness in Fort Bend ISD, and I have the pleasure of supporting the School Health Advisory Council, or SHAC. The SHAC is a parent and community organization that is an advisory group to the board by legal and local policy. The majority of the SHAC members are parents. The remaining members of the SHAC are district coordinators and community members. Before we start our presentation today, I'd like to recognize our SHAC Chair, Melanie Ambarsi, and the other members of the SHAC here today. We would like to thank you for the time you volunteer, the commitment to coordinated school health, and for sharing your passion for our children, our students, and our staff. The Fort Bend ISD SHAC assists the district in ensuring the local community values are reflected in health education and play an important role in strengthening the connection between health and learning through coordinated school health programs. State law requires the SHAC to present to the school board. Today, they will be presenting on the following topics: the SHAC goals and achievements, SHAC subcommittees and their work, and the SHAC's future recommendations to grow whole child health in Fort Bend ISD. So at this time, I'm going to turn over the presentation to Melody Ambarski.
Thank you, Lori. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Dupree. First, I'd like to take a moment to commend the board, Dr. Dupree, and the FBISD administration for continuing to support the whole school, whole community, and whole child health model throughout these difficult months. This type of commitment is one of the reasons FBISD continues to be a leader and role model for other districts. Before I begin, I'd also like to thank our SHAC community and parent volunteers, the liaisons, and our guests for their continued involvement and support during this difficult year, and give a special thanks to Lori Sartain and all of our district committee leads who have gone above and beyond this year to ensure SHAC and FBISD's continued success. The FBISD SHAC acts as a resource, support, and in an advisory capacity to the board members, superintendent, and administration. In collaboration with the district, the council uses the WISC model, the Board of Trustee goals, and the FBISD Profile of a Graduate attributes to guide our work. Having an effective SHAC can be instrumental in improving school health, student health, creating healthy schools, and assisting the district by helping the district and schools meet community involvement mandates, providing a way for community members to work together with school personnel to accomplish district goals, utilizing community member resources, supporting community member efforts to be an informed collective voice for health and wellness, and providing a forum for sharing health information and resources, while fostering cooperation and building trust and consensus among various groups. Fortunately, FBISD is well ahead of other districts in this regard because of the support our SHAC has had from Dr. Dupree and the board, as well as administration's commitment to coordinated school health and the WISC model. Did it work? Next. There we go. Nope, too far. Rather than task subcommittees with specific outcomes this year, we've attempted to strengthen our network and build capacity to better serve our campuses and community. SHAC's goals for this year and how they align with the district and board goals, core beliefs, and the profile of the graduate are available on our webpage. I'll reference them here. Our first goal is to provide feedback and recommendations throughout the year to support the district's efforts to improve the health and wellness of all Fort Bend ISD students, families, and staff in accordance with FFA legal and FFA operating procedures, and to inform goals for the FBISD District Improvement Plan. Tonight, we have some specific feedback and a few recommendations to consider as we move forward. When the wellness policy changes, so does the standard operating procedures. So our second goal this year is to provide feedback regarding these updates. Admin has included SHAC in the process of updating the operating procedures, and once finalized, campus wellness committees and liaisons will help ensure they are incorporated into campus improvement plans, strategies, and objectives. Supporting the establishment of the new campus wellness committees in accordance with FFA local is our third goal this year. Lori Sartain, our SHAC coordinator, has identified the campus wellness committee contacts for each campus and has developed a training video which will be shared to help increase understanding of the purpose of the campus wellness committees and how to effectively integrate community and campus wellness goals into the campus improvement plan. Our next goal for the year was to establish SHAC liaisons for each campus. Similar to the VIPS program, the liaison, ideally also a campus wellness committee member, would attend SHAC meetings, share ideas, relay information both to and from the campuses, and provide support for campus wellness initiatives. So far, we have identified liaisons for 80% of our high schools, 60% of our middle schools, and 50% of our elementary schools, and are continuing to work on this process. Our fifth goal relates to the continual evaluation of our wellness policy in order to ensure we set goals based on current best practices. We've reviewed the PRIDE survey data and the Naviance survey results, and will be receiving the campus wellness survey soon. This information, along with updates to legislation and best practices, will be incorporated in the next wellness policy update recommendations. Our last goal this year is to improve SHAC visibility and enhance communication to better serve our district. The FBISD communications team has been very helpful and written several FBISD newsletter articles to increase awareness of SHAC's work, encourage participation, and highlight resources available. We've promoted success stories and shared resources via social media and expanded our audience. And we've utilized our liaison network to share resources and best practices with campuses, thereby increasing visibility at the campus level. SHAC has several subcommittees that focus on the different aspects of whole school, whole community, and whole child health, including nutrition, PE, social emotional learning, family and community engagement, health services, and safety. Recently, the council formed a new advocacy committee to help educate students, parents, and community members on how to effectively advocate for themselves on topics such as mental health, school funding, and safety. In addition, we've established a staff wellness committee that has been an incredible asset for helping to ensure FBISD meets the objectives of healthy school environments, not only for students, but also for the staff who are their role models. All of these subcommittees working together help form an essential basis for our coordinated school health program. As part of our work, SHAC recommends policy, shares resources with the community, and supports implementation of wellness programs and initiatives. This year, the SHAC has remained active throughout the district despite setbacks and limitations caused by the pandemic, and accomplished or made progress upon our goals and more. We've updated and recommended a wellness policy, FFA local, that incorporates best practices and meets current national standards. We've updated the comprehensive database of wellness resources known as the Virtual Healthy School, or VHS, and are working on increasing utilization, as well as improving accessibility for the wider community. We've built a network of SHAC campus liaisons to gain feedback and support the communication of information and implementation of programs and initiatives at the campus level. We fostered the establishment of the student wellness coalitions at each high school and successfully had our first full year of student wellness coalitions actively meeting at 95% of the high schools, with students guiding the programming. While not without occasional setbacks, it was an important step to take, and although it was more complicated to rule out during a pandemic, we recognize that now more than ever, the students need to have a sense of agency, and we look forward to next year's developments. We've partnered with departments to develop initiatives such as the National Nutrition Month Toolkit, and with our community members, Dairy Max, for the launch of the FBISD Foodie Cook-Off video contest. I recently attended the awards ceremony for this event, and if you couldn't attend this year, I hope you attend next year because it was amazing. It truly was. We've partnered with our community members, United Healthcare, to facilitate activities such as the screenings of Angst in April, a film about the causes of anxiety, its effects, as well as help, resources, and tools. We issued recess guidelines and incorporated PE twice a week for elementary students into our wellness policy to help ensure students are active and able to enjoy both the structured and unstructured physical activity and playtime, which is so important for their development. In addition, our subcommittees and members developed a one-page format for promoting upcoming staff wellness events and resources, a wellness calendar of events, including resources to use, and a plan for scheduled promotion in advance at the campus level, a grants database of opportunities to support FBISD wellness initiatives, and began planning for a grant writing training program in the fall. The district has done a great job of initiating WISC programs both with and without SHAC participation, including expansion of the ABL labs, now on, or action-based learning, for those who don't know, now on 8 campuses, incentives to increase curbside meal participation during the pandemic, adoption of the state-mandated alcohol use prevention programs for middle school and high school health classes, creation of guidelines for PE during the pandemic, the planning and development of online instruction for health courses without an online textbook, creation of a monthly public information calendar regarding safety-related topics, addition of further mental health supports, and implementation of the new SEL curriculum. SHAC analyzed district-collected data, members, state, and federal resources, and has identified 5 health and wellness impacts over the last year. An increase in food insecurity, mental health issues, and obesity. And while the data is mixed on drug and substance use, with the number of students vaping and using drugs or alcohol possibly decreasing, the frequency of those using has actually increased. Unfortunately, there's also been a decrease in physical activity, especially among high school students. The district has done well with its efforts to address the significant food insecurity in our district, and it's our understanding these efforts will continue while supported by USDA provisions. Our recommendations for future consideration are as follows. Maintain, and if possible, increase mental health supports as we transition back face-to-face in the fall, and actively promote access to mental health services throughout the process to support students and staff with the adjustments. Streamline processes and protocols for departments and SHAC outreach to promote the WISC programs and opportunities to increase utilization for greater impact. Support the expansion of action-based learning labs with additional staff to increase physical activity and learning outcomes. Provide stipends for campus wellness champions who would lead the campus wellness committees and be tasked with specific duties and objectives to improve wellness outcomes at the campus level by tailoring programs to specific campus needs, such as mental health concerns, substance abuse, or food insecurity, and increase the physical activity credits required for graduation to ensure high school students remain active and do not forego physical health for academics. By addressing the challenges on multiple fronts, we increase the chances of improving wellness outcomes overall for these interrelated issues. Last but not least, it is imperative to SHAC and FBISD's continued success that SHAC and wellness not become an afterthought but remain a primary consideration. FBISD's administration's willingness to collaborate with SHAC has been key in ensuring the continued success of community participation in an organized manner as intended by the legislature. Our final recommendation is that this continue with the support from the board and the new superintendent to ensure FBISD remains an example for others to emulate. An effective SHAC has never been more important. Issues that existed prior to the pandemic have been exacerbated by it. As students return to in-person learning, SHAC is here to help the district ensure that we continue to support the whole school, whole community, and whole child. As we move forward, we encourage you to ensure student wellness goals are not set aside for academics, but rather incorporated into the learning process, and that we support our students and staff during the coming transitions. Thank you for your time tonight. Before we take questions, we'd like to thank Board Member Grail James for her invaluable guidance and support to SHAC over the years. At our last SHAC meeting, we asked everyone to share some words of appreciation. We captured those, and by good fortune, the talented Mimi RC turned those results into a beautiful piece of art that we would like to present now. At this time, we will take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. I always look forward to the annual update from SHAC. SHAC is one of our most invaluable, I want to say committee or really organizations that we have in our district to support our whole child of our district. And I also want to say thank you to Ms. James for being our representative from the board to help lead and guide this particular committee. And so job well done to all of you all who are part of the SHAC committee, and just wanted to say thank you for that. We know we've had a lot of interesting challenges, you know, especially through the pandemic, and for us to be able to maintain our effectiveness through it all is a testament to the support and the policies that we have that are led by this SHAC committee. So definitely thank you again for that. At this time, I'm going to open it up if anyone has any questions. Yes. Trustee Hannah?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Could you tell us just a little bit more, tell me a little bit more about the Student Wellness Coalition and what, you said they were student-run at the high school?
Yes, yes.
Can you just share a little bit more about that and what they did?
Sure. Well, this has been a process that has been a few years in the making. It started with my predecessor, Erica Bernard, and was quickly adopted by Dr. Dupree and the administration as an excellent idea to have students guiding the wellness initiatives that happen at their schools, at least at the high school level. And so we brought together, there's a really wonderful student wellness coalition at, I think it's Dulles High School, and we used them as a model and helped to draft some documents to help the other campuses also start with student wellness coalitions. And then Dexter McCoy, who's no longer with us, was instrumental in bringing together each of the different campus leads, sponsors, getting sponsors for each of the different campuses so that we had a sponsor who could help support the development of the student wellness coalitions. And I believe we met for the first time, most of them last February or January, just before the pandemic. So it was uncertain whether or not we were really going to be able to launch, but we felt it was really important for the kids to be able to have a sense of agency, especially throughout the pandemic. So we went ahead with it. We did it virtually, and they've met a couple times. They've come up with ideas. We would meet 3 or 4 times at a district level, but they themselves would meet determining on their own individual basis with their sponsor at their own schedules on the campus level as well. So,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Trustee Gilliam?
And good evening. Thank you so much for the presentation. So I didn't have these questions until just now. So how does it look? I know that what I just heard was Dulles is doing well. How many students are actually involved in it? And when we're talking about virtual, like, can you give me a guesstimate on?
the Student Wellness Coalitions, how many kids are involved?
So at Dulles High School, how many students are actually involved in the program?
I wouldn't know exactly how many are. I have attended the Student Wellness Coalition district-level meetings, and not everyone from the campus attends the district-level meetings. It's almost like they send a couple representatives, and they're sponsored to the district-level meetings. But we could find out for you if you'd like.
Yes, if there's 2 per campus, or are there 10 per campus, or are there 50 per campus?
Yeah, it's the
Okay,
first
so
year,
that's-
so
I'm
hopefully-
sorry?
Sorry, it's the first year, so hopefully
Okay.
we will be expanding and growing and developing them with a little bit more help and support. in the
Okay,
coming
and
years.
that's what I'm trying to see and get to, is how we can support it, because I think it's absolutely wonderful.
Thank
Okay,
Dr. Gilliam, I did want to just provide an additional piece of information. The Student Wellness Coalitions, they are kind of a grassroots effort from the students, and they're open to any student who wants to be part of the Student Wellness Coalition. So there's not a limited number. They might send, they elect officers for their coalition as well. So those are the students who may be attending the district level meetings. But depending by campus, and we can certainly get you the information, it is an organization that any student is afforded an opportunity to become involved in.
And I'm sure that is happening. So I'm just trying to get, so is there a sponsor for the organization that will?
Yes,
How
ma'am.
does, okay, so like, is there a teacher, or is?
Yes, there's usually a sponsor. There's a sponsor at each campus, at each high school, and they will work with the kids to encourage them to participate and come up with ideas for their projects and what they would like to see done. For example, at Clemens High School recently, they wanted to do something on mindfulness, and they organized it themselves with the support of the sponsor, and put on a Zoom conference webinar where they had different speakers on mindfulness and wellness and practice tips for dealing with anxiety. And they got all the speakers, they lined it up, and they brought that to their club, their group at the campus level.
I understand. So I'm thinking, out of the 11 high schools, how many would you say that we at least have a tiny little beginning, maybe just a seed that is planted?
Yeah, 95% we have
Okay.
sponsors, and I don't know the number, I just remember I
It's
was dealing
okay.
with percents.
I'm good.
I was so
Okay,
excited.
so this is like a huge thing.
Yes.
And so I'm a member of a sorority, and we do a lot of that. And it's a matter of starting very small. It might even start with steps. How many steps are you doing? How much water are you drinking? You know, that's for the old folks. I don't know what, the students would do. So the reason I'm asking the questions is, how can we help? Because with Grail, and of course, Ms. James, I will get with Ms. James, and we can see how we can support it in order for it to be, we're not talking about 10 kids on a campus, we're talking about, 700. And so,
We would love that.
yes, okay, so that's where I'm going, not necessarily, I don't mean at all to cut it up. I'm trying to see where, for me, it's really good when I know where we are. If it's grassroots, I understand grassroots, but grassroots could be 300 kids are involved. And grassroots could be there are 3 people that are involved on the campus, and we have 2 campuses, or we might have 95% of the campuses, but that may only include 70 children across the district.
Correct.
So I like to put things in perspective. So in my brain, I can understand what is going on rather than thinking it's one thing and it's something different.
Absolutely. We can
Okay.
get you those numbers if you'd like, I'm sure.
Okay, I can just have a conversation. I don't want you to go through a whole lot. I just want to know where we are, and I can probably get that from Ms. James.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Melanie, I think you have some help in the audience.
Allison,
I'm sorry, can you please come to the mic?
this is Allison Thummel. She's the secretary for SHAC.
Hi there, welcome. Thanks for having us. So last year in February, right before the pandemic hit, we had a group of maybe 300 students. We filled up Sugar Creek Baptist Church, and it was a morning and afternoon presentation, and that was the launch of our program. And I believe it was a social and emotional learning. Is that right, Lori? And it was a fantastic event. So this was 300 of our students with their sponsors, and it was so incredible to see the whole church facility just excited with people, and we had different speakers. So that was the launch of our program. But right there, I'll bet it was 300 kids. So yes, this has a tremendous impact. And even if we're having 5 kids per campus times 11, 55 minimum. But these kids are going to reach their friends, right? If we can get these peer leaders and build them up and give them the tools, then yes, they're going to take it back to their campuses. So that's what we're excited about. And some campuses might have 2 or 4, but I think that it's growing in excitement. And I think when the kids return more to school in August, I think there's going to be even more in the next, few classes. So.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes. Hello, Melanie. How are you?
Good, how are you?
You had a bullet, well, actually, to get back to the Wellness Coalition, I know a couple years ago, we had students from Dulles High School that gave an excellent presentation to the board. I don't know if that was a precursor. I know they were mainly focused on mental health. So, but if that's the kind of organization, I guess, that these are creating, then I mean, those kids rocked. So that was great. But getting back to your presentation, you had a bullet on recess, and I seem to bring this up every year. Has there been any discussion on expanding recess, either having more than one recess period per day? I mean, I've told my stories about when I was little, we had 2 and 3 recess periods in elementary school. So, and I think I turned out okay. So, I just think that's an important time in the development of young kids. So I just wanted to, you had that on your slide. So I wanted to just see if there's discussion about that either on a state or national level, or where we stand with that.
I think we would love to have your support in making that happen, but I don't think we're really proud. I don't think it's happening, but we are really proud that FBISD does prioritize recess, because there is, I believe, at the state level and in other districts, not the support that we have here. But Lori Sartain might have more of she's in charge of this area, so I'm going to turn it over to the expert.
So I can talk about recess a little bit. So recess is not mandated in the state of Texas. So school districts do not have to have recess. So I know from talking to different districts, they are in all of Fort Bend ISD's recess procedures and guidelines. We require most of recess to be unstructured. We also require that every student gets 30 minutes of recess. It cannot be withheld. They can't make up work during recess. They can't be punished during recess, those kind of things. So I think we've made huge strides, but we're always up for more recess. So we can definitely explore those options with making sure they still get the instructional minutes they need every day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that update.
If I can add real quick, Ms. Hilliger. I'm sorry. Okay.
All right, I just wanted to add to Dave's comment real quick. This board has done a lot of support of that policy, because that policy used to be where kids could get their recess taken away from them as a consequence of an action. So I'm glad that we've seen that change over the last several years with that policy. Ms. James?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Holliger, and thank you, Ms. Lambarchi, for a very nice presentation. Just to pick up on what Mr. Rosenthal and Ms. Holliger were mentioning, I think in one of your recommendations, you talked about some action-based learning labs as being an option. And that would be another avenue, another place for movement to be happening as part of the learning process. So at what grade levels are those action-based learning labs appropriate? Is it just at the elementary level, or could that be expanded as well?
I think the more movement you have, the better. I like to move around. I don't know about you, but sitting 8 hours a day and trying to focus is not really beneficial. But I believe at this point they are primarily in the elementary schools, but I'm not sure if anybody else has any information.
So action-based learning labs, what it does is it's really, it's a group of activities or movements that kids engage in while they're also participating in learning. So it's good for every age group. So there are districts, ALEAF is one who has action-based learning labs in the middle schools and high schools. So it is something that we can definitely explore and is very beneficial to students. Right now, currently, we only have them in Fort Bend ISD at the elementary level. So we have 8 labs. We're hoping to expand. And then I think it would be a great idea to really just learn a little bit more about those secondary labs and hopefully maybe be able to start one at a campus that really is in need of closing those learning gaps, because that's really what the purpose of those labs are.
Well, I was thinking about it because I know one of the recommendations was increasing the physical education credit requirements. But it occurs to me if we're going to block scheduling and things like that, we might be able to use an action-based learning lab at the secondary level pretty effectively, and not really to break up those long time periods. And I know it's very effective, and my kids still know the names of all the bones in the body because essentially a coach at their elementary school did an action-based learning lab, and they're 25 years old now and headed to 30. So, okay, well, thank you for that, and thank you for my very nice gift, and I appreciate all the time we've been able to spend together. I will also add another thing that I've learned from being on the SHAC is often during the meetings we have mindfulness minutes and brain breaks and activities where we get up and go look for something blue in our house and come back, and as we're doing a virtual meeting, and it's been it really works. It gets you back focused and paying attention. So just those small things. Thank you, ladies, for introducing me to that, and I know the district has learned a lot from the collective efforts of the SHAC. So thank you.
Absolutely. Dr. Gilliam?
I just wanted to tag on to what Mr. Rosenthal was saying about recess. I think that is so important. As a child that was in San Francisco, California up until 4th grade, and we always had recess. We would have English and go for 10-minute recess, and we'd come back and do math and have 10-minute recess. And I remember coming to the great state of Texas, and in my 4th grade class, I leaned over, I'm like, when are we going to recess? And he said, oh, we have PE, and it's 30 minutes, and I could not understand that. But recess is proven, there's research there, that just that, what you were saying, Ms. James, that just that break helps students to refocus, come back in, and of course, even just moving around. When we're talking about wellness, this would be absolutely wonderful. So I'm definitely in for recess for Fort Bend ISD.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the great presentation. Thank you all for the hard work that you all have done in leading in this effort. Thank you. All right. All right, our next item on our agenda is item 2B1, our 2020-2021 third quarter financial report. Dr. Dupree?
Thank you, Madam President. We're going to start out by talking about our third quarter financial update and then go right on into the budget discussion. And our discussion this evening is going to be led by our brand new father of 2 and CFO, Brian Gwynn. Brian?
Congratulations, Brian.
Thank you, Madam President and Dr. Dupree. Future Fort Bend ISDers, for sure. So as Dr. Dupree mentioned, we are reviewing the quarterly financials, and I'm not going to spend a great deal of time on the quarterly financials, mainly because the year-end forecast that we're presenting is more up-to-date information. The quarterly financials that are in the board document are based on March ending numbers, and the numbers that we're sharing as part of the budget presentation this evening will be what we forecast or how we forecast to end this evening or this fiscal year. So again, I'm not going to focus a great deal of attention on that, but I do want to mention there were a number of questions that came in from board members related to the financials, and I do want to walk through what those specific questions were and provide answers to those so that the board as an entirety has that. One of the primary items that was indicated is related to the winter storm. We used an acronym EPM. That stands for Emergency Protective Measures. That's part of FEMA's reimbursement program. Those reimbursements are typically emergency-related costs and are reimbursed to the district at 75%. So that's specific to the EPM. The next item was related to the Eco Lab grant. The district has received a grant back in December of 2020 related to that. That is for 2 FTEs in the CTE program. Those student workers have been hired and will begin being paid starting in May, so those expenditures will be utilized before that grant expires in December of this coming year, 21. The next item was related to capital project expenditures, and I wanted to start out by saying it was specifically related to student transportations and facility maintenance operations. The question was, what was the variance in expenditures that occurred between last year and this year? And the bond fund program is one of those areas where we do see pretty wild fluctuations in expenditures based on the ebb and flow of the capital expenditures being made or the capital items being purchased. So you will see those fluctuations based on seasonality. Specific to those in the transportation function, the district purchased 50 buses this year that were received, whereas last year it was only about 39 buses. So that's part of the reason for that variance. And related to facilities maintenance and operation, we had major work this year related to the campus marquee replacement program that we had ongoing, renovations at Mercer Stadium, and then HVAC and flooring work at various campuses that was quite a bit more extensive this year than what it was last year. So that explains those large variances. There was also a question on the capital projects funding on, if you look at the 2014 bond, there are a number of, I'm sorry. Did I hear my name or did I just imagine that? Maybe I'm hearing voices, but I've been up for like 12 straight hours, so that might be it too. But related to the capital projects funding, the 2014 bond program lists a number of projects that are listed as not funding. These are projects that staff has identified as we've gone through the process that need funding and could be future bond-related projects. But as projects are closed out as part of the 14 bond project and those funds are freed up, we make recommendations to the Board of Trustees to utilize those funding. So those are projects that have been pre-identified that could utilize funding. We try to prioritize them based on needs. And so when those come forward for board consideration of use of contingency, that's typically when you'll see those brought forward for funding. The next item was related to it was related specifically to our investment policy. There is a graph, I believe it is on page 35 of your documents, that shows changes in the cash that the district has on hand. This is a reminder, and this is probably a good point. The district receives the majority of its revenues in December, January, and February when property taxes are collected. So if you look at that graph, you'll notice that things begin to peak in December, January, and February, then begin to decline. And that's primarily related to how the district spends money. We receive the money and then begin to spend it, so that money begins to taper down. You'll notice that our investments also begin to move, and this is really where the investment policy impacts things. The investments begin to move from fixed asset or from securities into our investment pools, and so that's really the transition of funding as we move those funds into a more liquid asset to make the expenditures. And then I believe that the final question was related to our expenditures in the health fund. And there was a pretty large increase there. However, that is driven by a number of factors. One is we've seen an increase in the number of claims with COVID, but also because we've had an increase in the number of participants in our health benefits plan. One of the things that I'll say is that we did make a change to our benefits options this year. We had a choice premium tier plan that was initially our most expensive plan. And if you've been on the board, you may recall late last year, we approved a new contract with Methodist. And when we approved that contract with Methodist, the previous choice program that we offered was no longer available. So we had to discontinue that plan and make a new offering. We have not seen the full benefits of that, but the initial review of that shows that it is seeing much lower cost. And so we anticipate we'll see some cost savings related to that plan as the year progresses. And just as a reminder, our benefits works on a calendar year basis, whereas, of course, we're on a fiscal year basis. So benefits year goes from January until December. So those were some of the specific questions that came out of the financials that I wanted to address, but I'll be happy to answer any other questions that the board may have about the monthly financials. Again, keeping in mind that the presentation I'm about to do will have much more up-to-date information than what's in the quarterly financials.
All right, are there any questions on the third quarter financial report, or can we just move on to the budget development update? All right, very good.
And as we get the budget presentation pulled up, this evening we will be reviewing with you the budget that will be discussed at the public hearing next week. So this is somewhat of a dress rehearsal, but what we wanted to do is to provide for you the information that we'll be asking the board to act on next week, as well as providing information to the public. And my clicker is on, and I'm not pointing at it. Maybe oh, wow. All right. So as we go through the process, what I'd like to do is to remind you of the planning process that we've used, share with you the recommended strategic investments for the upcoming year, and then show the long-range forecast and next step. And then we also have some late-breaking good news to share that I think will make the presentations that we've previously shared that may have been somewhat alarming much more reassuring. So I'll start by discussing the process that staff is engaged with to develop the 21-22 proposed budget. We have engaged with multiple stakeholders over the course of preparing the budget. That started back in January, and stakeholders had the opportunity to provide input through events like office hours with the superintendent, the teachers forum, consulting teacher leaders, town hall with central administration staff, and then we also have our budget and compensation committee that we meet with on a regular basis to share with them updates on the budget. The key areas that we identified to guide the next steps in the budget process included student and staff supports, student programming, systems, and pandemic response. And using those key focus areas and board goals, objectives, and our strategic path forward, we organized different work streams to develop the budget and prioritize our strategic investments. The strategic investments were presented to the board, and we also made adjustments to those strategic investments based on the board feedback. And as a result of the refinements, we've prepared a budget that's based on our core business of educating students, as well as one that is associated with responding to the pandemic and the potential for COVID slide. As we've done that, the core budget that we've developed is designed to sustain our 90-day fund balance policy requirement. And then we're looking at other funding sources to fund those additional items to address student interventions, a virtual school, as well as teacher planning and PLC time. And so as we've developed our budget, we've incorporated an early literacy center at Hunters Glen, the third year of the early college high school and P-TECH program at Willow Ridge, Marshall, and Hightower High Schools. Those items are incorporated into our budget. And then the budget scenario that we've developed with the strategic investments, again, are to address the potential for a COVID slide, and that includes our teacher planning time, PLC time, student interventions, and contact tracing investments, as we've discussed previously. And then the funding sources that we've looked at are potentially using additional property value growth over 4% and COVID relief funds. And then we also talked about doing the potential for using disaster pennies or the VATRE. And the late-breaking good news is, and some of you may be aware of this, but the state did release the ESSER 3 funds, and that announcement was made last week. And so at this time, we are no longer recommending the need for disaster pennies or conducting a VATRE because those funds will meet the needs that we've identified and help us balance the budget. So from that perspective, I'll provide more information later on in the presentation, but I did not want to keep you in suspense with that information because that is very good news. In addition to that good news, the state controller today released information that he has added an additional $3 billion to the state budget through his forecast based on better and revised information. And so as the Senate and the House continue to write the budgets, they now have additional funding that was not previously available to them that could result in benefits to the district, as we'll discuss in more detail shortly. As a reminder, this is the strategic investments that we are recommending that total about $43.2 million. I believe the only adjustment that we have made to this since we last shared the information with you is to our compensation package. We had about $600,000 in various compensation adjustments that are now incorporated in. These would be equity type adjustments, calendar changes, et cetera, that may be needed to support staff as we go forward that HR has reviewed and is recommending. The biggest item that's included in the budget is our measure for attracting and retaining effective staff. And as we look at this, you'll recall that we did not make compensation adjustments for the current school year. That includes the normal teacher step that we do each year as well. So there were no adjustments for staff, either one-time or recurring in nature. And so as we looked forward, we did our normal benchmarking, and the proposed compensation package is accomplishing the following things. First, it's increasing our starting teacher pay by $3,000, and that represents a 5.4% increase over the current rate. It's also increasing our current teaching staff by about 5.31%, or about an average of $3,629 per teacher. And then finally, our non-teaching staff would receive a 4% adjustment to the midpoint. So in all, we believe that in working with HR, that these adjustments will result in a compensation package that brings us back into a competitive stance with our nearby peer districts and ensure that we can attract and retain the best staff that is available. And then again, with the benchmarking that we've done, these are the suggestions that are coming from our HR department as they've looked at the various teacher scales that are throughout the region, specifically focusing on the districts that are closest to us in terms of attracting teachers. And now I will turn it over to Deanna to talk through the virtual teaching center as well as the high school master schedule.
Well, good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you so much. I know that there were still some pending questions associated with the virtual learning center, so I wanted to address you all and share some additional details associated with that based on the questions from the board the last time that we met. Last time we met, there were questions about the number of students that we were planning for in the budget associated with the virtual learning center. And so we went back and did some calculations. And at this point in our school district, we have close to 11,000 students who qualify under the medical exceptions provision, but we've planned and budgeted for servicing a little over 6,100 students, which aligns with the number of students who are currently engaged in virtual learning and would also qualify with the exceptions criteria that will be opening the school with. That 6,100 kids breaks down roughly pre-K through 5, about 1,500 kids, 6 through 8, about close to 1,600 kids, and 9 through 12, about 3,000 kids. The virtual learning program will have dedicated staff that includes an instructional officer, assistant principals, teachers at each level, counselors, and support staff in the form of interventionists, specialists, and things of that nature. I did want to make the board aware of the fact that as we accept applications and we go through the course selection information, there may be limited situations where we may need to use maximize staff so that we can meet student needs. So we may utilize staff from other high schools, but that would be on an exceptions basis, not necessarily, that wouldn't be the rule in terms of staffing. And every effort will be made so that teachers are not teaching face-to-face and online. In any instances where that may need to happen so that we can meet the needs of students, then we would offer additional supplemental pay for any teacher that would be in that situation. We've also posted documents. We sent a letter out to parents or an announcement last week. Late this afternoon, we've sent letters out and we've posted information to the website, opening the application window, which is open today. It'll close, I believe, on the 12th. But parents will have until June the 3rd to provide medical documentation for students should they apply. Next slide, please. All right, the next slide, I did want to share some additional information about the high school master schedule. We will continue with our 3 pilot campuses with the AB block at Marshall High School, Willow Ridge High School, and Hightower High School with 6 out of 8 class periods at a cost of $2.75 million. At the remaining high schools, we'll have 5 out of 7 for courses, English 1, English 2, Algebra 1, Biology, and Geometry at a cost of $6 million. The AB block procedures will be shared with the board later this week, and they will include specific evaluation metrics. As we discussed last time, many of those evaluation metrics will be evaluating the impact of the additional courses and how that allows us to keep a larger number of students on cohorts and earn additional credits. We'll also be evaluating the impact of the additional teacher planning and the fidelity to the instructional model. In addition, we'll have metrics for interventions and how those interventions are supporting students and impacting us closing the achievement gap. So a common question that has also come forth is related to the 5 of 7 AB block pilot and the equity in terms of student grade point average for those students who are in an 8-period day. So where students in the early college, high school, P-TECH, and/or academy may have an additional course opportunity, specifically for the academies, there's 2 academies at Hightower High School. We're really thinking about being mindful about the social, emotional needs of our students. I know that's been expressed quite a bit by parents and concerned about the stress and weight of the course load for students with additional class period. So really what we're looking at is double blocking several courses so that we can increase the amount of lab time students may have. In many cases, if students are juniors and seniors, they may have internship opportunities and need travel time and/or independent study. So at the academies, that's the way we're addressing that issue. For P-TECH and/or early college high school programs, although those students will be taking 8 periods, depending on the program, the schedule might include a course like AVID to support students with study skills. It also may include a course like Pathway to Success, which is a test prep course that gets students prepared for some of the assessments that they have to take prior to taking the dual credit courses. It will also incorporate travel time for students to take some of their courses directly at the HCC campus. And in addition, will include practicum courses depending on the program, either their junior or senior year. In addition to that, when early college, high school, and P-TECH programming students have a full 8-period day, it reduces the number of courses that they're required to take in the summer between their sophomore and junior year, and then their junior and senior year. So those are some specific information pieces associated with the AB block, along with the virtual school. I'm going to hand it right back over to Brian so he can talk to you a little bit more about the financial outlook of the budget.
Thank you, Deanna. And so I'll move right into the general fund proposed budget for 21-22. And it is based on our moderate enrollment growth scenario that was projected by the district demographer that's previously been shared. The enrollment estimate for 21-22 is 79,701 students, and that translates to about 76,053 students in average daily membership. And then we're using an attendance rate of about 96.5%, which is in line with past trends, including the pandemic that we've just gone through. We've accounted for about 11.9% of our population being enrolled in SPED, and we're counting students, the count of students applying for free and or qualifying for free and reduced lunch will be at about 35,785, which is a little less than 45% of our total enrollment. We're expecting 3.8% on our weighted average daily attendance, no changes in the basic allotment or Austin yield, and then our property value growth is projected at 4% as we've previously shared, and our preliminary tax roll will be certified in July. As we've mentioned previously, the budget incorporates the early college, high school, and P-TECH program for year 3, the ELC at Hunters Glen, as well as the compensation adjustments that we reviewed at $32.8 million. And then finally, we've also added in $15.1 million in strategic investments for the teacher PLC and planning time, the virtual learning center, student interventions, and contact tracing, and I'll provide a bit more detail on that in just a moment. So based on that information, the way that we are anticipating ending the 2021 school year is with a fund balance of about $212.2 million. That leaves us at a 91-day operating reserve, which is within policy. Based on our assumptions for enrollment and revenues up to that we've discussed up to this point, as well as a transfer in from our extended learning program, we're expecting to see about a $3.9 million deficit for the upcoming school year. And this is inclusive of the $15.1 million in expenditures that we discussed, as well as those strategic investments that we're making. I do want to point out for those of you who are new on the board, we have typically operated with a slight deficit. There are a number of expenditures that we have any given year that are one-time in nature, and those funds we typically would utilize our fund balance for. And so although this is a small deficit, we do anticipate that that would be covered by our fund balance. And again, we are within our operating reserve requirements. This slide shows our ending breakdown on the fund balance for the general fund. I will in particular draw your eye if you can look at it's the committed fund balance line item for 21-22. It's for $6.4 million. That is our major maintenance funding that we maintain each year to ensure that we have adequate funds available to address any immediate needs that may occur because of hurricane damage or, in this case, winter storm damage that occurred. So these funds are available in the general fund balance to allocate should they be needed, but we don't actually allocate them in the budget. We would come to the board and request specifically that those funds be allocated. The state revenue stabilization and unassigned fund balance line items, when you add those two numbers together, equate to our 90-day fund balance. And just for a point of reference, based on the expenditures that we're recommending for the current upcoming school year of $780.1 million, or $781 million, that equates to about $192 million. And so you can use those two numbers to triangulate what our fund balance operating reserve should be. And so as we previously discussed a bit earlier, I broke the news early, but we did show that we had a number of funding sources that we could use to fund our budget to address the need for COVID slide. And we've highlighted now the COVID-19 release funds. As we mentioned, we have received news that the ESSER 3 funding is being released. So at this point, we're no longer recommending use of disaster pennies or VATRE. And you may recall that we've previously shared with the board that we had initiated the efficiency audit with our external auditor. We are now recommending that we discontinue that work because what we're not sure of is how long that efficiency audit results are good for. And because of the news and the assurance that ESSER funds are now available, we're no longer recommending that course of action. We would pay a prorated cost for the work that has been done to this point, but we would have the flexibility to engage on that efficiency audit in the future should it be necessary to adjust the tax rate and utilize the VATRE process. And so based on the information that TEA has released about ESSER 3, we're expected to receive about $95 million, $94.7 million if you want to be more precise. It will be released in two phases with the 2/3 of the funding, or about $63.1 million, being released immediately. And then the 31.6 that's remaining will be released later this spring after the U.S. Department of Education has released the state application process. That is, as a reminder, this is one-time funding. However, it has an expiration date of September 2024, so we do have some flexibility in how we use this, and it's not a use it all by the end of this upcoming school year. We can have some flexibility to allow that funding to continue over the next 2 school years. And then the thing that I would say is that it also allows us to cover unbudgeted COVID expenditures that we have previously incurred. And we've actually incurred about $24 million in expenditures, and I'll show you more on that in the next slide. But it does allow us to reimburse ourselves for those expenditures that we've previously made that have not been reimbursed. We have the flexibility to supplant state and local fundings. However, 20% of the funding, which is about $18.9 million, must be spent on activities addressing learning loss. And as we've shared with you, we have that plan in place that would allow us to do that. There are some requirements that will have to be met, as with any federal funding that's received. We have to have a continuity of service plan that has to be posted to the district's website. And we also have to have give the public the opportunity to provide input on how those funds are utilized. And so we'll see more information forthcoming from TEA on the future on that. And of course, we will be prepared to meet all the requirements that are put forth by TEA to meet or to receive that funding. So based on the $94.7 million that the district is receiving, there's currently $23.5 million that the district has expended on COVID-related funds that we would recommend that we reimburse ourselves for. So that would account for $23.5 million of that. We've also included the $15.1 million in the COVID, or to address the items that have previously been funded with a disaster penny. And so what we're saying on this is we're not sure when the ESSER grant will be funded, so we have included these funds currently in the general fund. As with any federal funds, we have to account for those funds in a separate fund, but to ensure that we have the dollars available to begin hiring the staff associated with that, we're recommending that that be included in the initial budget, and then we would bring forward a budget amendment in the future to move those funds over to the federal funds, but this allows us to move forward with hiring well-qualified teachers now as opposed to waiting until those funds are received. So the $15.1 million that we've included, this includes the virtual learning center, student intervention, contact tracing, and then the teacher planning time that we've discussed. And so this would leave, if we followed this program, this would leave about $56.1 million in ESSER 3 funding for future investments that the district could make for the 23-24 school year. So that's good news that we've shared. There is some slightly bad news that we have received. If you recall, the district did account for the fast growth allotment within the budget. However, House Bill 1525 has been approved by the House and moved to the Senate. And essentially what it is doing is changing the allotment weights in terms of how the district would receive those fast growth funds. And so once they've reconciled that, we're anticipating that we will lose about $12 million of that funding, and we have accounted for that in our projection. So we're including the additional ESSER funds, but we're also assuming that that fast growth allotment does not come in as we had originally anticipated based on House Bill 1525, which was recently approved by the House. So if the board were to adopt the budget as proposed, again, we would be bringing forward an amendment after we receive the ESSER 3 grant, and the amendment will reduce expenditures in the general fund by $15 million, and that would allow us to fund those investments that we've identified through our strategic planning process with the ESSER 3 funding. And then in addition, if House Bill 1525 does pass, we would incorporate that reduction in state revenue into our budget and move forward from that as well. And so this shows you what the budget would look like if we make those adjustments. And again, you can see accounting for that, we are still within our 90-day fund balance reserve and meet the board policy requirement in that respect. And so with the ESSER 3 release, as I mentioned, we do not need to utilize the disaster pennies. The budget that was the notice of public meeting that the board approved at the and I'm sorry, I've just completely lost the date of that meeting, but the board approved the notice of public meeting being published and calling for the public hearing. That meeting notice was published based on a tax rate of 98.22 cents. And so the good news with that is that now that we no longer need the disaster pennies, the actual highest maximum amount of the tax rate could be is 95.02 cents. So the good news is the tax rate will be less than what we published. And so as we go forward, we're also anticipating that we will likely see additional tax rate compression. So in all likelihood, the tax rate that you see here will be actually even lower than what we're saying today. But we won't actually have that until the calculations are completed. But again, that will occur in August after we've received the certified tax roll from the Central Appraisal District, which occurs in July. But again, from what we're seeing today, we do not need to utilize the disaster pennies, which means that the tax rate can be no more than 95 point, and I think I said 22, but it's actually 95.02 cents on the O&M side, plus our INS tax rate of 29 cents. So we will bring the board updated information to vote on the final tax rate once we've received that final information in July. and the board typically takes action in August and September to adopt the tax rate. And again, the good news there is we are no longer needing to utilize those disaster pennies or VATRE to support the budget that has been proposed. So as a final point, I mentioned we've talked about ESSER 3. ESSER 2 is still outstanding. Those funds have not been released. The initial estimate that we have of that funding is that the Fort Bend ISD would receive about $38.7 million. And as a reminder, the district has already received the ESSER 1 funds that were previously released, and that totaled about $9 million. I will say it is a bit of a misnomer to say that we received that funding. Essentially what happened is the state used it to supplant its funds when they were anticipating the significant downturn of revenues. And so rather than reducing payments to school districts, they used the federal funds to keep us whole. And so we did receive the benefit of those funds via that transaction, but we didn't actually receive $9 additional million. It was just rolled into the state funding effort. So that has been received. The ESSER 2 funds to this point, again, have not been released. We don't have guidance on when they will be utilized or when they may be available to us. There's a likelihood that the state could, again, use those to supplant their budget or their payments to us, and so we may not see the full benefit. But I do want to make you available. It's there, and we would expect to see, at least based on the latest information from the state controller, likely see some benefit from these funds. So all in all, again, with the receipt of ESSER 3, we're in a much better position than what we were at the beginning of our discussions back on March 29th. We have prepared a 3-year outlook on our forecast for the general fund to show how things will pan out, or how we believe they will pan out. It is based on assuming property growth of 4%, which is in line with the 4.3% statewide growth that's used for state calculation purposes. And then again, it does take into account the 2.5% property cap growth cap that is designed to compress the tax rate on the operations and maintenance side. It's assuming no changes to the basic allotment or other state formula elements. As a reminder, they're not taking action this year to change the basic allotment. However, 1 year of the forecast does include a legislative session, and they could very well take action to increase the basic allotment. However, we are not making that assumption. And then finally, special education enrollment, we continue to show the growth there that's occurring. As again, we're looking at about 11.5%, and we're ultimately expecting special ed enrollment of about 13% of our total student population, so incremental growth over the next several years, taking that into account. And then finally, or I keep saying finally, but I guess it's because I finally want to go to bed and haven't been able to do that in 2 days. Our interest earnings are assumed to remain constant, and the formula transition grant is being sunsetted in 24 as it's written into current law. However, based on the enrollment numbers that we're seeing, as well as at least receiving this initial smaller amount of the fast growth allotment, we don't believe we will be negatively impacted by the elimination of that transition grant. And then I think I've mentioned there's no change in the basic allotment. On our expenditure assumptions, we're assuming that we have the staffing costs associated with enrollment growth and also changes in our health benefits plan, implementation of the teacher step increases in both of the upcoming years beyond this current year. However, at this point, we're not assuming general pay increases for non-teaching district staff. We would have to look at how we would fund that as we go forward in the forecast. We're adding the staffing for the 2 new elementary schools and high schools opening in 22-23. GT program costs, and then also the full implementation of the AB block schedule for the non-pilot campuses beginning in 22 or 21, 22, 23, 24. And then also fully incorporating the Hunters Glen ELC, community-based accountability, dual language, teacher planning time at elementary and secondary levels. And so based on that set of assumptions, and what I would like to preface this by saying, as you look and say, wow, this doesn't look good, as we assumed the worst case scenario on revenues and best case scenario on expenditures, meaning that we're being very conservative with our revenues, but we're being very aggressive with our expenditures, assuming that everything that we're assuming today will occur in the future. And so typically when we show this forecast, really the area where we want you to focus is on how we're ending this year. But what I would say is we use this for planning purposes to see if we may need to make adjustments. And current board members may recall that we've used this to point where we may need to do a potential VATRE, and I would reiterate that that could be a very real feasibility in the future should the board choose to increase programs. But at this point, based on the receipt of the ESSER funds, we believe that we have the funding capacity to move forward for 21-22 and 22-23, and of course 23-24 being a legislative year would be where we have some uncertainty about what actions the state legislature may take. But again, we are showing that we are ending the years in the black, but the thing that I will reiterate to the board, as we've said in the past, is that each year when we bring a budget forward for consideration, it will be balanced. And so although we are showing deficits in the out years, when we bring forward the budget, it will be based on what our current reality is, and it will be balanced. And so I do want to emphasize this. This is a worst-case scenario based on expenditures being very low, or I'm sorry, our expenditures being very high, but revenues not growing at an aggressive rate that would take into account those considerations. But again, this is reality if everything were to occur just as we forecasted it. And again, we like to be conservative, much like as I indicated, the state controller has updated his revenue estimate twice now. We like to be in the same posture of being able to come back to the board and say things are better than what we expected rather than, whoops, we missed that one, things are worse off, and now we're going to be making dramatic actions that may not be to the benefit of our students. So we do have a number of items that we can use to bridge that budget gap. As we've indicated, we have the $56 million that's remaining in the ESSER 3 funds. There's also the potential that ESSER 2 funds could be utilized or could be received. Again, we've got a question mark there because the state has not indicated on how those funds may be allocated or when they may be allocated. Additionally, the Fort Bend County has received additional funds through the ARP Act, and we could see some of that funding. We've seen some indication from them that they are looking at those requests that we submitted back in December again. We're not exactly sure what the outcome may be, but we are somewhat optimistic that we may see some funding there. We've indicated that. And then finally, as a last, again, we would always look at adjusting the tax rate as a stopgap last case scenario, worst case scenario. We do still retain the flexibility to do a VATRE to address any future expenditures that we need to address. And so part of what we can do also to balance is we can always review our compensation adjustments. And then the district does have employee attrition that occurs each year that's typically around 500 to 800 employees. We could also look at that as a means to help us balance the budget should worst case scenario play out. And again, I want to emphasize that as if the worst case scenario pans out. Then finally, as we look at things, we can also always review the strategic priorities and plans that we put in place. We never want to undo programs, but in some cases, we may need to look at some of the programs we have and determine if we want to sunset them and redirect those resources into other areas to ensure that the budget remains balanced and within policy. And that wraps up the general fund. I'll walk you through the debt service fund as well. There is no changes to the information that we've previously shared with you here. We're anticipating that we will have a debt issue in June and another in the spring of 22 to support the bond program. We'll be bringing forward budget amendments as necessary to ensure that that fund stays, that the budget is available to that fund. The transaction that we have planned for this current year will refund about $45 million in our 2017 D debt, and then refund about $91.5 million in commercial paper, and then potentially issue $80 to $100 million in new money to fund the projects that are part of the 14 and 18 bond programs. The debt service fund is projected to end the year with a balance of about $110 million in the fund balance. And the thing that I'll point to there is that we do make our debt payments in February and August, and so that fund balance will be utilized for those August debt payments. And then if you look at that, our proposed budget for the 21-22 year shows an actual net change of $1.22 million. This allows us to meet our debt obligations for, again, the 14 and 18 bonds. For our child nutrition fund, this is another area where we've received great news last week. First of all, I think we had previously shared with you that the paid lunch equity tool from the USDA was showing that we would need to do an increase in our school lunch costs. That has not changed, but what has changed is the USDA has announced that they are extending the summer seamless option into the upcoming school year. meaning that all students, regardless of their economic status, will eat at no cost. And so we're still proposing that we will likely need to make that adjustment to lunch prices. The good news will be no students will be impacted next year. It would be pushed forward one additional school year because of the extension of that summer seamless option. And so, again, we won't see any families impacted next year based on that. For our upcoming, as we've shared previously, we are expecting the fund to end the year significantly worse than what we originally budgeted, and that is because we had about 50% of our students that were online, and as a result, the participation was much lower. However, for next year, we're assuming that we have normalized participation, and in particular with the SSO, hopefully we will see a much larger number of students taking advantage of the lunch program than what we've seen previously. The general fund is offsetting a portion of the loss in the child nutrition fund. And also we've accounted for about $1.4 million in funding from USDA that is meant to offset revenue losses. There hasn't been any indication that those will receive additional funding. And I do want to point out that the ESSER funds that we're receiving, we haven't seen any indication or language that would indicate we could offset the child nutrition losses with those funds. So at this point, any losses that are in the child nutrition fund will have to continue to be paid for out of the general fund. Again, we're expecting normal operations next year, so that should not occur. So having walked through all of that, we have our next steps on the agenda for May the 10th. We do have a public hearing scheduled for the budget, and then we'll also be asking the board to consider the budget for the upcoming school year at that same meeting. We also have the compensation and additional staffing items that are needed. Those items are also on the agenda tonight for review. And just as a reminder, all of the information associated with those items is incorporated into the information that we've just shared with the board. And then as far as the remainder of the dates are concerned, I'll specifically focus on June since that's the most urgent matter. But what we'll have there is we'll have the final budget amendment that occurs where we reconcile all the functions and any final expenditures that may need to be made. And then we'll also bring forward the fund balance resolution, which is the board's formal action to allocate the designated fund balance for the major maintenance. So that will be coming forward in June. And then as far as the remainder of the dates concerned, really where we'll be focused is in July when we receive the certified roll from the chief appraiser, as well as in August when we begin the process for adopting the tax rate with a final adoption expected in September. And again, I want to emphasize again, the good news is we had previously forecasted the need for a 3-cent use of disaster pennies or potentially a VATRE. Based on the receipt of ESSER 3 funds, we do not expect to do that, and those funds will fully cover the costs that we had previously utilized those disaster pennies for. And that completes the presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board may have, although I am going to sit for those if you all don't mind.
Thank you so much. I know that we're all really happy about the update to know that we do not have to use those 3 disaster pennies is excellent to the board and to our taxpayers, and that we're able to get this extra funding to support our overall budget. At this time, I'm going to take questions. I saw Mr. Rice, and then I think I saw hers, Dr. Gilliams, and then Ms. James. Okay? Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen, for a very nice presentation. I've got some questions. It's a lot of information, and your knowledge in these matters is well known and appreciated. Last time we met, we had a $15 million shortfall. Now, is ESSER 2 what has relieved that, but we don't have the funds yet?
It's actually ESSER 3, and I think my mic is on. It's actually ESSER 3 that is relieving the stress, and that is the largest package that was approved by Congress and signed into law by President Biden in March. ESSER 2 funding was signed by President Trump in December, and the state has not indicated when they're going to release those funds. But even without those funds, the ESSER 3 funds are sufficient to meet all of our budgetary needs.
So the ESSER 3 funds is what the legislature adopted, I think $11.2 billion for the schools in Texas.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so I'm just going to take ESSER 2 out of the equation then. So That was the confusing part. I thought they would be sequential, but they're not. So ESSER 3 is roughly $94 million to us in 2 bites, $63 million and $31 million. Do we have assurances from the legislature, since they've signed it, that it's actually coming?
Yes, sir. The last step remaining will be for us to complete the application and meet those requirements, such as the continuity plan as well as the public input. But yes, sir, there is assurance that we will receive those funds. The information has been communicated by TEA, whereas in the past, everything was speculative. This has been officially communicated via TEA, and then there will be opening a application process.
Okay, so that'll make up the 15 million. And then, I don't know if we had this, if we knew this last time, maybe we did, that we would not be receiving the fast growth school district allocation, which was like $12 million.
Actually, the total was 18 million, and so we will still receive that funding. However, it will be greatly reduced. So it's going from 18 million to 6 million. So it's being reduced by about 12 million if the House bill passes through the Senate and they reconcile it to the same amount.
Okay. The state revenue stabilization, what is that? Is that the money that they make up for House Bill 3?
I'm not sure I'm following.
Well, page 11 of your presentation, state revenue stabilization, $64 million.
So the state revenue stabilization, as it relates in our fund balance, is what we set aside as a district to in anticipation of potential state revenue shortfalls.
So we've saved that in the past.
Yes, sir. And essentially, that makes up part of our 90-day operating reserve. So, and looking at the two numbers that you see there, you see the 64.1 million and the 127.53 million.
Mm-hmm.
The 64 million represents 25% or a 30-day operating reserve. The 127.5 represents 60 days or 75%. So between those two is how you arrive at our 90-day operating fund balance reserve.
Okay. So of this, I'm just trying to find, we're whole for this year, 21, 22. Am I correct in understanding after we get the 94 million and subtract out all these other issues, we've got 56 million left?
Yes, sir. And again, the funding has to be utilized by September of 2024.
Right.
And so the good news is that could sustain us again for an additional year should we need to direct some of those costs to those ESSER-related expenditures.
But am I seeing that reflected in these spreadsheets?
And I'm going to look back behind me and make sure, but I don't believe currently we are reflecting any ESSER funding beyond what we're receiving in the current year. Is that correct, Kelly? And they're both nodding yes. So we're only reflecting ESSER funding for the upcoming year.
Okay. So our tax rate will stay what it has been for the M&O at 0.9502.
And what I would say to that, sir, is that is the maximum rate it could be. We strongly suspect that number will be lower due to compression because, again, we came in above 4%, we came in at 4% growth, and we're capped at 2.5%. And so once the state releases their final calculations and we receive the final tax roll, we'll likely see that number go down, but it will not exceed 95.02.
Okay. But if it goes down, the state has to make up the difference.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
That's part of House Bill 3. Okay, so we've got compression on our maintenance and operation budget. And when we go, well, I'm going through these slides, so appreciate that. Also, the general fund outlook for 3 years is rather scary, but I'm going to remember what you commented on, that we budgeted for low revenue and aggressive expenditures, and we will have to look at that every single year, because even if we were able to pass an 11 cent per $100 evaluation tax rate, it would still not make up the difference.
Assuming that our very pessimistic revenue forecast and our very optimistic expenditure forecast came into play, yes, sir, you are correct.
Okay. I'm moving on to debt service. So I'm understanding that because debt service is not subject to tax compression, and the city and the counties don't have any, well, they may have, they're subject to tax compression now, I think, but in the past they didn't, and they always had questions, why don't you ever lower your tax rate? But the way the funding formula worked, we couldn't. But that does not apply to the debt service. So as the CAD appraised value increases and we start to pay down some money, the amount of bonds that we could pass without a tax rate is actually improved.
Yes, sir, that is a correct statement.
Okay. And okay. And child nutrition, just got a couple more questions. The child nutrition fund, we ended with $0 in the fund balance. And help me remember, Mr. Gwynn and Dr. Dupree, unless the law has changed, I thought that when the child nutrition fund balance might grow to a certain percentage overall, we had a choice of either using that money to make improvements to our kitchens throughout the district or returning it to the state. And as I recall, we used a fund balance in probably 2012 or 13 to build a test kitchen over at the warehouse. So as the child nutrition, the federal guidelines to reduce salt, sugar, and fat increased, they used the test kitchen to test recipes to make food taste good when they took all the good stuff out, the stuff that I like. And, but we don't have to worry about that now, because we don't have a balance.
Well, what I would say is you are correct, sir. We no longer have a balance, but fund balance is also intended to be there as an insurance policy. And in this case, thank goodness we did have a fund balance because it allowed us to mitigate the impact on the general fund. And so as we go forward, if you notice that for the upcoming year, we are forecasting a slight increase in fund balance. So we're beginning to build it again. And so what we would anticipate happening is, if you recall, Gibson did an audit of the child nutrition department. One of the recommendations is to increase the transfer that the fund makes to the general fund to offset the operational costs that the general fund incurs for child nutrition. As we get closer to 60 days, we will be able to recognize that. Unfortunately, with COVID, that process was set back, but we're still moving towards that recommendation. And again, thank goodness we did have fund balance, because it did allow us to weather that storm a little more efficiently than we would have if it had been at zero from the onset.
Okay. So it's good that we do have the 90-day fund balance in the general fund, because I'm so proud of all of our staff last year during COVID who reached out and fed every hungry school child in this Fort Bend ISD, and we bore all the cost of that, and the laptops and the hotspots, but that can't happen unless you have money in the bank. And it's just now, we're almost getting ready to get reimbursement on that. And the emergency protective measures that you talked about, that we spent getting ready for Winter Storm Uri, which we weathered pretty good in spite of everything, we only get reimbursed 75% on that by FEMA. One last question. Why should we cancel the efficiency audit now when it's supposed to be complete in June, I think?
Well, at this point, based on the information that we've gathered, what I would say is that what we're unsure of is how long the results of that audit are good for. And based on the cost, we feel it would be better to retain the savings and just pay for the work that's occurred up to this point. And so should we go forward with the audit and complete it and share the results? Absolutely, we could. But it's also going to be a sunk cost that we may not be able to utilize fully going forward. And so just say worst case scenario, we needed to do a VATRE for the 22-23 school year, and I think I'm getting my school years, we're 22-23. Those results may not be available, and we would incur the full cost of that again. So we would be paying twice for an efficiency audit. And so the recommendation would be to pause that work now in order to realize any savings on the remainder of work that would be completed by the auditor.
I understand that the work of the audit, were we to complete it in June, it's time sensitive. And so we would have to do another audit. But I know we approved it some time ago, and I don't recall the fee for that, but it's around $100,000, I think. And so have they, I don't know how much work they've done or if they've given you any interim reports. It just seemed to me I would be interested in doing that because the efficiency audit required by the state to allow us to hold a tax referendum is not really an efficiency audit at all. It's simply a comparison of our district to peer districts to see how we're spending our money. So I really don't think, I would like to know how we fared. Jim Rice would like to know that. If we're going to save $50,000 or if they got a late start and we're going to save $75,000, my numbers may be wrong. I'm going to defer to the administration on that, but I would like to, I really think that we should wrap it up. Again, I shall defer to you. Anyway, Mr. Gwynn, thank you for answering all my questions. This is an extremely detailed presentation. A little hard to follow. I know you haven't had much sleep. Hopefully you get some tonight. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gilliam?
Yes, I have a question going back to the block scheduling. Okay, I heard apparently there is a conversation that is going on about the 8th period. And so I heard AVID, study skills, I'm sure that's SAT prep is going to be in there and what have you. Are we already establishing limits as to what a student can do with that 8th period? Are we going to, what exactly, what is the plan?
So I'll open the response, and then I'll hand it over to Ms. Martinez and Pilar Westbrook. But I was referring to the early college high school and the P-TECH programs who have specific course sequences associated with the specific programs. You know, depending on what they are, there's a computer P-TECH program at Willow Ridge. Marshall is the early college high school, and then Hightower has a, I'm not sure which, it's a science technical program. And so they have a specific course sequence associated with earning their associate's degree by the time they graduate from high school. And so when I talk about that 8th period, the built-in part of the course sequence for them is to have an AVID course in there to support the coursework that they're doing in year 1. They have another AVID course in year 2. And then throughout the course sequence, they may have travel time built in because there's courses that are required to be taken at Houston Community College. And then by the time they get to their senior year, there's practicum courses that are worked in to their schedule. But I'll let Pilar Westbrook provide some additional information.
Does that work? Yes. Okay. So additionally, Gianna Saavedra gave you most of the information that is pertinent to the ECHS P-TECH Academy programs. The Academy programs differ slightly from the ECHS and P-TECH. ECHS and P-TECH have requirements that are built in regardless of what number of periods we add to the day. So if we have a schedule that's 7 periods, they still have to meet all the requirements. If we have a schedule that's 6 periods, we have to meet all the requirements. It just doesn't matter. Academies have a similar program, but our desire is to actually accentuate the program by providing additional supports to the program and the students in the program and allow them, like a student in college that is in their major, to focus on their area of study. And so that's kind of our plan.
Dr. Gilliam, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask a clarifying question. What I do not hear us addressing, Pilar, is the non-academy or non-P-TECH or early college high school students. I think that's where the concern rests. I mean, we understand the specialized programs, but what about the children who are not in any of those programs? What's happening with their 8th period?
Sure. So I think you're referring to, Dr. Dupree, the idea that for starting with the class of 2024, that rank would go back to the zoned campus. Is that what you're referring to?
But we're looking for parity between, yes,
Yes.
that's the essence of a lot of the questions we're getting.
Okay. So essentially the idea is the academy students would not be taking something that's additional or weighted, whereas those students that are at the 3 campuses that are piloting AB Block would be able to take additional courses for either weighted or unweighted credit in that 8th period. The academy students would not be given that option. It would be to truly accentuate or add into the school day the extra requirements that are required of the academy students, like actually going to their externship, actually participating with the actual experts in the field within their academy-specific pathway, or doing additional work on a certain course area that is a harder area. Say, within the medical field, they might want to hone in on the hardest medical courses for each year to actually align the students and best prepare them.
Laura, would it be fair to say that they're only going to earn 7 credits, though? Because we have not said that. I mean, are they going to earn 7 or 8 credits?
The academy kids will earn 7 credits.
During the regular school day.
Right. But the early college high school students have the potential to earn 8 credits, some of which are not weighted courses. Like I said, the AVID, the testing, some of the test prep courses. Now, the other question that you had, Dr. Dupree, is, for example, at Willow Ridge, Hightower, or Marshall, any non-early college high school, P-TECH, or academy students, all of their class rank would go to their home campus, because obviously that's their home campus. And for those students, that 8th period in many cases will be used as an intervention opportunity, because we may have larger numbers of students who need intervention due to COVID. And as we said, that gives us opportunities to get them back on cohort should they have fallen behind. But not all of those courses have been identified. I can hand it over to Brett and or Melissa if they want to talk a little bit more about the intervention opportunities that we're going to offer at the high school level.
So before we do that, I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about the budget. I know we're going into a lot of the detail about the program. Just want to
It was all part of the presentation, so that's what I'm doing.
So I just want to make sure there was that we, when we talk about this, we talk how it relates to the budget too,
Are we still, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Are we still talking about this? Oh, okay. So before we go to that, the academy students, so I have a question where I have an academy student and she's fine. She doesn't need intervention. She needs extra stuff. And I do understand, so is that just not an option?
Well,
It's not an option that if we have a student in the academy program that is not in need of intervention, this particular student is in need of more enrichment, would like to take more AP classes, it's an AP student in the academy, do we just say, no, that's not going to happen?
Well, the recommendation is really to focus on the social emotional needs of the students, because they do carry quite a bit of weight in the academy program. And so the opportunity that we're looking at is double blocking, for example, a science course that requires additional lab work. And rather than having a 50-minute or just a 90-minute course, they would have a double blocked course so that they have more in-depth opportunities with the science lab. That would be one example. And so this is a pilot piece so that we can look at what the impacts might be in terms of leveling the playing field associated with GPA.
And I totally understand, and that's what it is, leveling the playing field. And so as an academy student that I don't need social emotional, I'm really okay with, I'm okay. So it would be better for the academy student to go into the P-TECH program or some, is that what I'm hearing? In P-TECH, are they able to get the 8 credits?
Well, they need those additional course options to meet the course requirements for the associate's degree. Right. So as I said, so they may have 8 courses. One of those courses could be an AVID course, which is a credit-bearing course, but not a weighted course. And in our P-TECH and early college high school programs, 70% of those students attend their home campus, and there's the rest of the cohort is made up of a percentage of students from a number of different high schools. So the vast majority of students in the early college, high school, and P-TECH are going to be, their GPAs are going to go back to, will be part of their home campus. Also, the profile for the student associated with early college, high school, and P-TECH is really to service our, very much like the AVID student, first-generation college students, and so forth. So the profile is somewhat different in terms of the outcomes that we have to meet for the state with an early college, high school, and a P-TECH program.
So, and I'm just really trying to understand. Okay, so if I had a daughter in the 9th grade, going to the 9th grade, and she would not be or first generation, so she would not be considered to be in the P-TECH?
No, yes, she could be.
Okay.
Yes, she could be. Mhm.
So if I choose that as a parent, that AVID is not something, I would prefer her to take maybe another science or what have you, that's not going to be an option.
Well, it could be in the early college, high school, and P-TECH. Again, they have a scripted course selection, a course sequence that they need to take.
Let me interject. So yes, you're right, Dr. Gilliam.
Okay.
Because because I think the piece, and you said something a minute ago I wanted to take just a slight issue with. I believe, and I think we believe, social emotional needs must be met for all students, even our most high-performing students. So if we have children who are coming into a program that's very rigorous for them, and many of the P-TECH and early college are coming from the background where they are first generation, that is the purpose of an early college and P-TECH program. So you are going to have some kids who don't meet that specifically, but they're generally going to be coming from an at-risk environment. And that's the nature of the program. That's how it's defined from the state level. It is to drive first-generation children higher and further faster and really support them. So if we agree as an organization that part of their programming is AVID or a similar program to build study skills and to help shape their view of their learning that they're about to undertake, then that's not really an option. That is part of the prescribed programming for that program that they've agreed to be a part of.
And I do appreciate the explanation. I totally understand it, and I understand it as it was presented. And I do also understand that we have parents that would want and who understand, I believe every child also needs social and emotional support, but there will be parents that, I know that there would be at least one parent that would possibly ask, could my child take something different? So I think, my question has been answered. It's basically, it's a 7-credit program, and we need to make sure that parents understand that.
Yes, and I just, when I interjected earlier, I just wanted to make sure everyone understood the reason why we're having this conversation around the programming was because the additional funding that was in the budget to support the block scheduling at the pilot campuses. So I just kind of wanted to bring that back together. So, and as we approve the budget, we're approving programs that support the budget. So that's what I just wanted to share that. All right. Before I go, just one other question to what Dr. Gilliam said was, I'm not sure if this got answered, is what happens to those kids that are not in the P-TECH program and not into the academy program, their 8th period?
Ms.
I didn't hear
Hubbard
that.
and Dr. Lemley, can you all share some information about the intervention options? We've talked about double blocking, for example, Algebra 1 for students who may need additional Algebra 1 assistance, English 1. So in some cases, there's additional intervention courses that we're planning for. Do you all want to come to the...
Just checking, okay. Yes, so just as Ms. Saavedra had said regarding intervention, so with that 8th period day, we in the block schedule, we'd be able to have Algebra 1 on like an A day, and then strategic planning for math on a B day. So the kids would get math every day of the week, and it would be blocked in that manner. So that would be a way to support students with Algebra 1 and some of their math skills. With our English language learners, what we would do is pair their ESOL, their ELA class, along with their a reading class on a B day. So it would have a similar structure, but the kids would be getting English support every single day. So that's another intervention model. And then we also have elective courses such as reading 1, 2, and 3 and writing that the students would be able to be placed in, and it would give them an additional course that would support reading and writing based on data and looking at the student needs, and being able to schedule those strategically into the kids' schedule. And it would also prevent them, well, it would allow them to continue gaining the 7 credits to stay on track for graduation, but also giving them the support that they need on a daily basis. So that would be some of the intervention supports that would be built into the AB block schedule.
There's also opportunities for double blocking fine arts and athletics for students as well in the 8th period day.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. James?
Thank you, Ms. Holliger. So just to pick up on some of the things that you were asking about and Dr. Gilliam was asking about, what I hear is we're trying this block scheduling because we are working on making sure the dual credit program kids, ones who we want to earn their associates at those 3 schools, have enough hours in the day to be able to do that. And then we are backfilling with some interventions, which we also know are very needed at all of our campuses, and we've got a different plan for the other campuses. And we have some opportunities in the academies for additional course hour, because Hightower has 2 academic academies there on campus. Well, only one? No, you're just trying to remember. Okay, you're trying to remember something, aren't you? Okay, so there are 2 academies. And I guess what I'm hearing is concerns about opportunities for students. Is this a student-centered approach? Is this a student-first approach? Are we thinking about what's best for students in all of these categories? And I think that's what Dr. Gilliam was questioning a little bit. And then I also, underlying this is the question that we've brought up before, is equity amongst campuses, equity in class rank, equity in opportunity between campuses. And I know that we've already mentioned, I think in one of these meetings, that policy EIC needs to be addressed and looked at, and Mrs. Hannon has already looked up a couple of other EIC local policies at other school districts that address this in a positive way. So I'm just summarizing all of that because that's what I'm hearing, and I wrote down the word confused because I feel confused about all the pieces and how they fit together and how this is student-centered. So those would be my thoughts, and maybe we can continue to talk about it as the plans develop and over the summer. But the trouble is that kids are going to need to make decisions for their courses now, or they already have, and then we're in this situation. Dr. Gilliam, would you like the floor for a moment to comment on that?
Yes, I just want to add on to that because, and what I'm thinking, okay, so when we're looking at Willow Ridge and we're looking at Marshall and we're looking at Hightower, okay, so we're already having issues with underutilized buildings. So if we go in and we have those students, I understand at risk, I understand school improvement, I understand all of the efforts, and I applaud them. Everything that you said, Ms. Hubbard, I'm with you. I applaud it. But everyone that attends these, Hightower, Marshall, or Willow Ridge, everyone is not necessarily at risk. There is a percentage of students there that are not. And so now what will happen, I don't know if it will happen, let me not put anything into the future. What possibly can occur is that students decide, well, I don't want to be here, I can go somewhere else. And so, meaning, and we are struggling with charters coming up left and right. And I would like to think that we would take into consideration, and I get it. I know Fort Bend, I get it. I understand why we have to limit, and every school needs to be, it's the equity. So with that, I would like for consideration, or if there is a student that wants to, back in the day, and it still happens, to where if they want to go on and take 8 periods of something, and I don't know if it's, and I don't know if it's okay, I hadn't looked at this particular law or what have you, if they finish school early. I mean, when we're talking about going into the associates, hopefully they will pick up the associates, and that will happen. But, and thank you for the clarification, Ms. James, because I don't think I'm confused about it. I think I understand it very, very well. And I think that we need to really look to make sure that we, again, are doing what is right for the students that are in the 3 schools, and that it is fair. Not saying that it's not.
So I think you're correct. I mean, not that I think, you are correct. The equity is important here. And, you know, we need to make sure that everything that we do, we are, I don't want anybody to get lost in the cracks through this process, and that's one of my concerns. And we've got to ensure that all of our kiddos are set up for success, whether they're in the P-TECH program, since it's limited, whether it's an academy, since it's limited. You've got all these programs that are limited. So I want to make sure that the foundational students that are at this school have the opportunity to be very successful in their own rights, which means that they may have other opportunities to take additional classes and those kind of things. I think that's why it's important. That's why I asked the question, because every kid doesn't need intervention. So what happens, you know, I think we need to take a look at that and be prepared for that for the upcoming school year, that our kids are able to expand their learning as they need to. Okay.
And I also think that, I'll just add to what you have just said, and that is, I think Dr. Gilliam brings up a good point, the competitive environment that we're in. If we're not meeting the needs of the students that are zoned to these campuses, then they'll find another place to go to school. And we've already seen that, and it's particularly strong and developing in the Marshall feeder pattern. So I'm just bringing that up from our demographics. Okay, back to the budget.
Mrs. James, can I interject just on to as what you just said? I just have to say the tenor of the conversation around this is negative, and I understand there may be some confusion and clarity. But I'm also going to point out we're doing block scheduling to support the students. We're not, otherwise we'd be doing a straight 7-period day. So our goal has been consistently to do something bold and different to help meet the needs of these students, all students in these schools, within policy as currently written, and to honor the integrity of the board's guidance. I hear what you're saying, but I just can't let it sit with any implication that we are not already providing advanced learning opportunities. AP, we just heard about academic decathlon success at Marshall High School. We have invested substantial amounts in all 3 of these schools. They are doing well. Kids have more AP and advanced opportunities than ever. So none of this is going to shut any of that down. It's only going to advance it by putting those kids into double-blocked chemistry classes where they can do deep labs. There's going to be more opportunity even if they're only getting 7-period days. So I don't want to lose sight of the positivity around all of this. I mean, I hear clearly the concerns that are being expressed, but I just I can't ignore and let go with it. I have to say, we have to look at the positive things around this as well.
So, Dr. Dupree, I appreciate those comments. I think it's important that we add those. I think based on questions and response, it morphed into that. However, I don't think any board member on this dais was questioning necessarily or going down a negative route. They were trying to ensure that we had a clear picture of a holistic picture of what was going on. I just don't think it came out in some of the responses that were provided. So I think, what you just said kind of gave it a little bit more clarity. So I just want to make sure that we make that statement from a board perspective, that we are supportive of the program. I want to be real clear. We are very supportive of the program. We are supportive of the staff to make this happen. We just had some questions and making sure that all the kids are supported equitably through this process. And I just don't think it came out through some of the responses. So that's what we have. I want to go. And then Mrs. James, and then Mrs. Hannah, then back to Mrs. Gilliam.
Good, because I was wanting to ask a little bit about the budget, or back to the budget.
So I think the question, I want to be clear with that too. I mean, we asked that earlier. The budget, this is the budget question. I mean, we're talking about programs that we're supporting the budget, so.
Absolutely, and I agree. That's why I brought it up, and I still feel kind of confused about the different aspects of it. So I thank you, Ms. Holliger, for clarifying that. And Dr. Dupree, I'm not being negative about it. I'm not negative about this effort, because I think it became clear that this was a needed effort. We're meeting students' needs. We're making our P-TECH programs viable and appropriate. So I think all of those things are good. There's pieces of it that I don't quite get yet. And so I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that I don't quite get them yet. And so more information, I know, will be continuing to be talked about, and I think that will benefit everyone. Okay. First thing I want to say is I'm really appreciate all the hard work from the Budget and Finance Department in putting the budget together. Thanks for keeping up on the daily changes that are happening at the state level in the legislative session. And at the federal level. And I appreciate all the work that goes into that, and recognize that as we've been meeting every week for, 3 or 4 weeks in a row, that it's a lot of work. And if you had a baby in the meantime, it adds even more stress to the equation. So congratulations, Mr. Gwen, if I didn't say that before. So I'm really happy about continuing the universal breakfast and lunch at the 26 campuses. That's very positive. I realize that we're doing that because of these federal funds that are available, or in the extension of the program, but this is something I've advocated for a really long time, and so I'm really glad that we're able to do this through the summer and through the next school year, and I hope we'll continue to work away in the budget to support these kids, whether it's through nonprofit partnerships that work with our kids. There are nonprofit partnerships that work with some schools in Lamar Consolidated around breakfast or meals during the summer and meals during holiday times. So can't find Dr. I. Oh, he's not in his seat. So I'd be looking him in the eye because that's definitely in Collaborative Communities area. Then I was a little bit where Mr. Rice was with regard on slide 17 that shows a 2021-22 proposed budget. Then there's a budget amendment, and then there's an adjusted budget. And so what I think I'm understanding, and this is what I want the clarification, is that the proposed budget is what we're going to be presenting next. You're going to be presenting next week, and we're going to be voting on next week. And included in that is if you will, some starter money. I don't know if that's the right way. Maybe I'm getting this wrong, but the starter money for the staffing increases for the block of items that's the $15.1 million. Because we feel so confident that we're going to receive those funds through the ESSER 3 program, that we're going to start spending to make those hires now because it's most appropriate. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, ma'am, and I think that you recapped that very nicely. So the short answer to the question is, based on the guidance that TEA has released, they are opening the application process. The funds have been allocated. The state is required to spend them, or to pass them through to local education agencies. And so, yes, we are confident. I think that it probably is a good way to determine it's the startup funding, because the budget is what legally allows us to spend funds. And so without the budget in place, we can't hire the staff. And this allows us to hire the staff from the general fund, recognizing that as soon as the funds are received, we move those funds over to the federal funds.
Okay, and so the ESSER 2 money is not in the proposed budget, but you would then come forward at a later time, because we haven't actually received it yet, so you would come forward at a later time with a budget amendment that would bring us to what you've called in this particular slide, the adjusted budget.
Yes, ma'am. I do want to clarify, though. So it would be the ESSER 3 funds, and Mr. Rice rightly pointed out they are going very non-sequentially with this.
Okay,
but the
you're
ESSER
right.
3 funding, yes, ma'am, would come later. We would come back to the board with a budget amendment that would reduce the budget in the general fund by the new programs that we're implementing and shift those funds over to federal funds.
Okay, so and it says right at the top of the slide, ESSER 3, so I should have gotten it right. I should have caught that. So that's the ESSER 3 funds. The ESSER 2 funds are not in the budget at all at this point.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. We haven't received any clarification on how those or when those funds will be available, so we are not accounting for those at all. Okay.
And then my understanding is to use the ESSER 3 funds, we need to have a continuity plan that talks about how we're going to be transitioning to face-to-face learning and how we're going to use these monies essentially in that transition. I think you mentioned with interventions and so forth, and I think that aligns. But I also noticed in something that I thought that there was some community input that was needed to be involved and development of a plan. So is that going to be done through an advisory council type development or a community committee, or does this qualify as the community input when we have a public hearing on the budget?
What I would say to that is I'm not sure, because in some cases they've released the funding, but the full guidance on what processes we have to follow in order to receive the funds and expend it have not been that hasn't been clarified yet. And so what I would say is that whatever guidance they do release, the district would follow that guidance to ensure that we're in compliance with the law to utilize those funds. And so we know that those will be components of utilizing those funds, but in terms of the exact definition of what we need to do in order to meet that compliance, that hasn't been fully released yet.
Okay, well, that sounds fine. And I know we have kind of a habit or a pattern of involving the community and trying to make sure that we have good stakeholder engagement. And so I would expect that we would, whatever we described as community input would include stakeholder engagement. I certainly hope it would, so that we have a good understanding through the community of what the money is being used for. I think that's good. Okay, and then I guess my last thing is to just comment on Mr. Rice mentioned about the efficiency audit. And I guess I would like to know more about where we are and how much money's been spent. Maybe you've already written this down, Dr. Dupree or Mr. Gwynn, to follow up on. But I kind of agree with what Mr. Rice said, is that if we're pretty far into this process, then maybe it's worth finishing to understand where we are. If we're not, then yes, let's put a halt on it and save it. But and I don't know what work has been done versus is it the research from other districts or is it research about our district? It's hard to know. But I do feel like knowing where we are gives us a little bit better understanding of it also helps us as trustees with talking points to legislators and to the TEA about these topics. And if we know what the situation is, we have some real information to talk with them about versus hypothetical.
Since you brought that up again, Mrs. James, I don't like to do this in public typically, but with Brian having been out for the last week, I was not aware that he was going to say that tonight, and I really don't support it. I believe one of the original reasons we wanted to do the audit was to get a benchmark in place so that when it comes time in the future, we will have had something to respond to know how to improve our efforts by next year, should the district do it. So I apologize, Brian, for putting you in that position, but we did not have a chance to confer on that, and I do think that for the investment we are making, it is going to be valuable information for the board to have. And honestly, the board took action to call the audit, so I think it would take board action to discontinue the audit if we got to that point. So we'll follow up and provide some follow-up information to the board, but my recommendation at this point would be that we continue on, barring some major revelation in our study. So again, Brian, I apologize for disputing your recommendation publicly, but I think given the tone of the conversation, I felt like I needed to kind of clarify that for the board.
Thank you, Dr. Dupree, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Gwynn won't lose any sleep over that. And that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hannon?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the board members for the questions you've asked about the budget and about specific pieces of the budget. I actually want to start by thanking Mr. Gwynn and your staff, because I know I ask a lot of questions and you answered many, many of my questions. And even though we didn't spend much time on that third quarter report, I know that everyone up here feels a deep sense of responsibility to our community to understand what we're looking at. And I want everyone to know that's sitting here late at night. I know that many of you answered lots of my questions today, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that. I'm not just asking the questions, I'm asking because I don't know the answers. So I appreciate that. So again, looking at some money that we're going to be spending, we're allocating $3.9 million to virtual-based, the exceptions-based learning program. And I believe I read in the parent email that came out that there would be some frequently asked questions that would be coming out this week. And is that still the plan, that some Q&A, Q&A will be posted this week for parents?
They should be posted by now.
Oh, they're up, okay.
They should be.
Okay, I looked today and I overlooked them.
Right before the board meeting.
Oh, okay, I
They've
looked
been posted.
earlier.
Mhm.
Okay, I think that will be really helpful to parents, and I'll look at that as well. Which leads me a little bit to thinking about the budgeting. When I look at, we're adding some teachers to the early high school campuses in P-TECH at $2 million. And then we've got $2.7 million in AB block scheduling. And I'm not telling anyone their business, but I am going to say I was confused. And I think that Dr. Gilliam was really just asking, probably on behalf of the community watching and wanting clarity, because if I'm confused, people watching are confused. And so what would help me, and I had asked Mr. Gwynn for visuals early on, and the visuals helped me. But if there are some kind of flow charts that you could produce, I think it would be helpful for parents and counselors and students, where it says, I'm this student at this school, and here's the road I can travel in the AB block schedule. I'm a student. I mean, you're not going to say I'm needing remediation, but here's what my program looks like, versus I'm a very highly capable student. And I do want to say that I know that everyone up here, and Ms. Williams and Mr. Rosenthal, we are all cheerleaders for our kids and our staff. And so I don't want anything that I express I'm not going down the road of negativity. I know all of the things that that teachers are going to want to know about PD and what does this look like, and parents want to know. And even though my child is not at one of these schools, they are my children. They are my children in this community. And I want them to know what's down the road too. And I think when we can get to the sooner we get to clarity for them, as we're talking about addressing the social and emotional aspect of learners, the unknown is very unsettling to children and to their parents. So I think that it's not negativity. We're just really trying to help our community and help our kids to know what that looks like. So I don't know how that will look. I did want to clarify, on a regular campus, if a child takes AVID, that is not for course credit. I know that's not specifically budget, but
They do earn credit, it's just not a weighted credit.
oh, it's not a weighted credit. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I think a frequently asked questions piece for the AB block schedule, like you've said has posted for this, would also be very helpful. And then I'm going to loop back to, I'm just so happy for our teachers that that they're going to see a little bit more money in their paychecks next year. And I want to say thank you, Deanna Saavedra, to you and your team for answering all my questions as well. And because I had asked about the stipend for masters and our teachers who have doctorate degrees. And even though we're close to the top, I want to be at the top for those teachers, because not only for them, I want people to find a chart like this and look at it and go, oh, look at what Fort Bend's doing. And I know we're competitive, and thank you for that chart, but I still think, how do we get at the top? How do we do what that one at the top is doing? I don't know how they're doing it, but how do we do that for our teachers? Because just like we want kids to be lifelong learners, I just think we should really reward those teachers who drag themselves to their laptop or to U of H or wherever they're going to continue their learning in that kind of way. Because that very formal type of education, it pays off in the classroom. And I can tell you, well, I mean, my child is impacted greatly by many, many of her teachers. And many, many of her teachers have their master's and doctorate degrees, and I'm not discounting anyone that doesn't, but I think they've gone a few extra miles. So that's the end of that. So thank you.
Thank you. And I do like the idea of the personas for our students. I think that will go a long way to our parents and to our community that you described, the different, if I'm student A and I'm going down P-Tech, call them personas, because they are studanas for this, for the community. I think that would be very helpful. All right, Dr. Gilliam?
Yes, and thank you for this segue, Ms. Hannon, and which I was going to go back to it and didn't know how I was going to do that. And thank you, Ms. Saavedra, for the presentation. Critical conversations are hard, and there will be times that questions will be asked that are not that easy, and I know that you all do this all the time. It is never, ever my intention to be negative. However, I can be very forward and just answer the question, and that's it. And so if negativity came across, then I definitely want to apologize for it, because that's not my nature, is to be negative. We are in a business meeting. Critical conversations happen. The one thing that I hear consistently is transparency. So I was searching for transparency. When I had a conversation, and it was just a casual conversation, and someone talked about P-Tech, I was just out and about, and I couldn't answer the questions. So, and Ms. Grell, I said something about not being confused, and I guess when I received clarity by the answers that I received this evening. But I didn't have clarity when I was talking to people, and those were the questions that were asked. And there were questions that they're difficult. And I won't go into the reason why they're difficult, but they're difficult questions. And so I just want to make sure that I have the right information when I go out to the community and when someone asks me. And that's about it. And so, in not being negative and going directly into positivity, because we have teachers that are online that are watching this, and happy Teacher Appreciation Week. And we are just so glad to have you. And I also want to applaud everyone in the audience and on the dais, those that have taught. And our leadership team still teaches. And we're still educating each other and supporting each other. And so the positivity is, yes, we have a wonderful staff. And we just want to keep making sure that, I want to make sure that the information that I share, that I'm knowledgeable and that I am truly transparent. Thank you.
You don't mind, Madam President, just because it's been addressed a few times, I want to be very, very clear, especially to the board, but to anyone listening, it was not in my intention to imply the board was being negative. I think that some of the way we answered some of the questions led us down kind of a path that sounded somewhat negative about, because we focused on interventions and those kind of things and didn't fully realize what you were attempting to get to with the higher performing students and how to meet their needs. So it was not my goal to imply the board was anything less than supportive or positive in support of our kids and our staff. I feel that every day. We got an outstanding board. You all come here every meeting with care and compassion and positivity. And it is a business meeting, as you mentioned, and we do have critical conversations for a reason. So we appreciate that. I appreciate that. But please know, I just wanted to add some clarity to kind of to wrap up that whole conversation, to tell the whole story for anyone who might be listening that was not able to discern the other aspects of the programming. So I regret that I might have come across as if I was indicting the board for being negative, but that was not at all my intent.
Thank you, Dr. DeVries. Mr. Rosenthal?
Yeah, I just, Charles already kind of weighed in on the efficiency audit. I was going to say I was okay with continuing with it depending on where we were at in support of Mr. Rice. The other thing, just a question, comment for Mr. Gwynn, and thank you for that presentation, and I hope you're still awake. I noticed that the debt service fund balance is actually increasing at a pretty nice rate, and I just wanted to see if maybe in a couple weeks after you get some sleep, if you could maybe do a little projection on that and see if there's a way that maybe there's another drop and swap potential in the future that could help offset some of the M&O expenditures. I don't know if, well, it could still work, even with the compression. So just something to think about. We were successful in doing that a few years ago, where we actually cut the INS tax by 4 cents and added 2 to the M&O tax, and we're able to give teachers raises from that. So just something to consider. Again, I did see the fund balance increasing at a pretty good rate. So I just wanted to maybe get your comments on that next time you get a chance to look at that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Ms. Williams, do you have a question?
Yes, I sure do. My question is to Ms. Levy. We talked about the Early Learning Center. I'm concerned about, out of the budget, I think the number was $2 million that we're going to appropriate out the budget for the Early Learning Center. However, we have a quota-based enrollment. So I needed to fully understand why we're taking $2 million, but we have quotas set aside for certain students. If she could elaborate on that for me.
Carmela, can you respond? Thank you.
evening. Good evening, Ms. Williams. The question is regarding the quota system.
Yes.
And I want to make sure that I'm very clear about the question that you're asking me, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Ms. Williams, could you repeat the question?
What the last budget meeting we had, you stated that 30 seats were automatically saved for bilingual students. Did I not hear that?
The last meeting that we had, I said that we were projecting approximately 30 bilingual students enrolling in the ELC. And so we were preparing for that projection by ensuring that we had the correct number of bilingual teachers to serve them. And that's based on historical data of different enrollment that we've had over the years, the enrollment that we've had at the Richmond ELC, the enrollment that we've had at other campuses that are in the vicinity as well. We are looking at serving the entire Marshall feeder pattern for pre-K, in addition to the students that are currently at Hunters Glen. And so to do that, we need to ensure that we can serve not only our monolingual students, but also our bilingual students that reside within the Marshall feeder pattern.
Okay, so if you're saying that what I heard last week, 30 seats are not being reserved, you're anticipating 30 bilingual students enrolling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I will go back and review that tape, and I'm still looking forward to having an opportunity to sit down and further understand each other. And I want to know more about this particular program. So thank you for answering my question. The next question is for Dr. Nguyen. You stated the National School Lunch Program is $2 million short. I needed to know, how does a program become $2 million short when the USDA provides the food and you also get commodities, food donations? How are we at a deficit? Can you explain that to me?
Yes, ma'am. So you are correct. The USDA does reimburse us for the meals served. However, this year, because participation went down, we did not adjust our staffing levels in the Child Nutrition Fund for the lower student participation. And so our personnel costs continued on at the same rate as we would in a normal year, where we're serving meals to all students, and drove that deficit cost. So it was the process of maintaining the staff, and then what happened is we shifted those costs from the Child Nutrition Fund over into the general fund. So again, it was maintaining the staff that we currently have without engaging in layoffs or reductions in force.
Great, great. Okay, then the last question, with the Gibson audit, it stated 30 schools automatically qualified for SEP. Your information is saying 26 schools. Can you explain the difference? Why did Gibson say 30 and you're saying 26?
Sitting here, no, ma'am, I can't, but we can definitely review that information. I know that there's a qualification process that the Child Nutrition Department goes through to ensure that each campus that is indicated as CEP meets all the requirements. If there are additional campuses that may meet the requirement, we definitely want to include them. But my understanding is, and having reviewed that information, the ones that we have designated as CEP are the ones that all students there fully qualify under whatever requirements are set forth by USDA.
Understood. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hannah?
Yes, thank you. I have one more question. I think, Ms. Saavedra, you mentioned that there are going to be 6,100 slots for the virtual learning. And will we continue with hotspots and devices for those students?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We're planning to, if they have a need for devices and hotspots, we will provide for them.
Okay, and just as a follow-up to that, for all of those that are returning face-to-face, I'm assuming that we're going to continue with a lot of technology integration. Are we going to also provide those students that have been using the laptop this year because they don't have one, can't afford one, are we going to provide them opportunity to have that one-to-one that they can take home so we can, work towards equity and technology availability for our students?
Right now, we're going back to the original pre-pandemic classroom tool set with 2-to-1 every 2 students for 1 device. Okay.
However, go ahead.
And then we will have a set of, we will have a set of lending library available at each campus for students who do not have devices at home, that they can check out one to take home.
And is that on a daily basis, or is that a semester or a year for the lending library?
It depends on the needs of the student. If the student doesn't have anything at all, they can check it out at long term.
Okay, and I think we saw this year that we have a lot of children who don't have that. And what I don't want to see is kids returning their laptop and then having to type research papers on their mom's phone, or a device that's just not appropriate. And I again, I asked my child in I believe it was 6th grade when she started Schoology, using Schoology a lot. And I said, what do kids do if they don't have a computer at home? I mean, I was asking my daughter, she's like, I don't know. And so I think that's a question. I know that's not necessarily budgeted, but we're reducing the number of kids that are going to have that direct access. And I think that's a conversation that I think is important to have. Thank you.
All right. So I would like to just say again, we thank you all for your presentations today from the SHAC and our financial budget presentations, and all those who are here to support the conversation. Thank you to the board members for a good dialogue, critical conversations around our budget. So we thank you all. So at this time, we will convene in closed session under Texas Opens Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, under the following Section 551071, for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551074, personnel matters. Section 551076, security matters. Section 551082, student discipline matters or complaint, or Sections 551081, personally identifiable information about the public school student. We are now in closed session. And we are back in open session. Our next item on the agenda is item 3A1, deliberate Executive Director of Secondary Schools recommendations.
Yes, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees appoint Ashley Causey and Deidre Lyons-Lewis to the positions of Executive Directors of Secondary Schools.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Do we have any questions? All right, board members that are in person, if you can use your voting box, and those that are on the screen, if you can show by hand if you're in favor. All in favor? Please vote. All right, that motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to those two for being promoted to Executive Director of Secondary Schools. Our next item is deliberate over high school principal recommendation. Dr. Gilliam?
Yes, Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees appoint Corey Stewart to the position of Principal, Dulles High School.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any questions? Thank you. Please vote. This motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is item 6A1. 6A1, review revisions to local board policies. I'm going to read the first one, A, BQ local, planning and decision-making process. Mrs. James?
Yes, thank you, Addie. So the first two policies that are here are policies that went through the policy committee. The third one did not. I just want to point out BQ local was an attempt. This policy probably needs to come back to the policy committee next year. We had initially wanted to include the concept of cultural competency in policy. The board had been asking to do this for a couple of years. And when we first looked, the policy committee first looked at it, we considered putting it in DMA, but DMA needed a complete overhaul. And so we didn't have the bandwidth at the time to do that. So then we looked at potentially putting it in EA local. But there it didn't seem to fit exactly because EA legal was a lot about the House Bill 3 action plan. So we really couldn't put it there. So we basically landed on putting kind of an introduction to the concept in BQ local. And we did a definition and all, as you can see, and a little bit about professional development. And then knowing that we have the resolution on equity that maybe potentially, as the board works through that process and the equity committee, that would bring some more, I guess, depth to the conversation in one way. And then the second piece of it is there's potentially a little bit more work in BQ that needs to be done, but it does meet the board's desire of getting the concept of cultural competency into policy.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Mrs. Hannah?
Yes, I just wanted to support what Ms. Grell shared, that the items added to BQ local are acting kind of as a placeholder so that they don't get lost. And I know that Stephanie Williams shared with us, I think that Learning Forward has the professional development standards that are currently in draft form coming out, and so that work will be going towards DMA local. And so some of the planning pieces for professional development will go there. And then, like you said, the equity work with that resolution, we can expand upon the cultural competence piece. So I just kind of wanted to underscore that I agree with what you're saying. Thank you.
Mrs. James?
I think the other things that we brought up in BQ that needed to be looked at were potentially an oversight and management reporting schedule. And then something about procedures associated with policy and having more understanding of where, both knowing where we were in that process or having a report to the board around that kind of on a regular basis, or some sort of setup so we keep up with that. So anyway, that's kind of where we, those are two other things that we talked about as a committee wanting to carry forward.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is, we really kind of discussed item A1, A, B, and C, so I'm going to move on to 6A2, review adoption of House Bill 3, student outcomes, goals, and plans. I'm sorry? Well, okay, the question is, did we cover all the policies? But then there was, Mrs. James summarized the three and stated that there was, two of them were presented by the policy committee and one was not presented by the policy committee, assuming that those were done based on any revisions that were needed to support any law there. So I'll go back if there's any other questions on any of the policies. And Mrs. Hannah, you have a question.
I just wanted to add for the board on FFAC local that we did, and I know that you can read, but I think it's important as a child that has life-threatening food allergies. I know that there are a lot of children that do, and that we added having epinephrine injectors on all campuses, and we also had the opioid antagonist language added to that. And I think just like we have defibrillator devices on campuses, we hope we never have to use those, but it's sure great to have those in the case that students or staff have a life-threatening situation. So I think that's some important language that was added here.
Okay, thank you. Item 6A2, review adoption of House Bill 3, student outcome goals and plan. We have a brief
Do we have a presentation on that, Deanna?
Yes, sir. Ms. Gwen Touche will be introducing the presentation, and members of her team will be delivering the presentation so that the board has a full understanding of the requirements associated with House Bill 3.
Good evening, Dr. Dupree, President Helliger, and members of the board. House Bill 3 requires districts to create student outcome goals in literacy, mathematics, and college career military readiness through the school year 2023 to 24, as well as a monitoring plan. Staff has prepared a presentation to overview HB3 requirements, as well as its integration into the established Fort Bend ISD improvement planning process. During the presentation, we will share the proposed board outcome goals and plan, along with progress measures for monitoring according to a calendar created for the board. Stephanie Williams, Executive Director of Organizational Transformation, will launch the presentation with our Fort Bend ISD improvement planning process, and she'll be joined by Melissa Hubbard, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, and Pilar Westbrook, Executive Director of SEL.
Thank you. Thank you, Gwen. Good evening. House Bill 3 requires the board to adopt student achievement outcome goals, including outlining yearly targets in literacy, mathematics, and college and career readiness in order to improve student outcomes. In order to achieve these student outcomes, alignment across the district to improvement planning processes is an imperative. As you know, in Fort Bend ISD, we start all improvement planning with our strategic framework that outlines our core beliefs, commitments, our board goals, the profile of a graduate, and our mission and vision. Along with that, we have a dedicated district strategic plan with milestones and metrics. And currently, the district strategic plan has been revised to include, under the Closing the Gap milestone, each of the House Bill 3 outcome goals in numeracy, literacy, and college and career readiness as one of the metrics.
When you think about district improvement planning, TEA's guidance around the adoption of board-adopted student outcome goals is that they should be included as part of the district improvement plan, and that the district improvement plan will outline strategies towards achieving those goals. In alignment with that improvement plan, we also have department plans that outline the instructional programs and priorities in the district and our pathway towards implementing those. And then finally, campus improvement plans align to both the strategic plan and the district improvement plan to support achieving the board-adopted student outcome goals. And those at the campus level become more specific, where each campus will model what you see here tonight at the district level within their campus improvement plan. So let's see if I can. All right. The requirements from House Bill 3, they call a House Bill 3 student outcome goals and plan. So there are requirements here on this screen for you to look at. They ask that you dedicate 5-year district board student outcome goals. They define year 1 as 2020, which is the end of the 2019-20 school year. It is important to take a step back and let you know that House Bill 3 passed in June of 2019. At that point, TEA provided school districts the 2019-20 school year to complete and have the board adopt House Bill 3 goals and plans. In the fall of last year, that was extended to January of 2021. As you can imagine, that was extended because there was no STAR test, so there was no data in 2020 for districts to evaluate their outcome goals. In January of this year, Fort Bend ISD learned that we were out of compliance with the board-adopted student outcome goals. Once we identified that we were out of compliance with these goals, we immediately contacted TEA to report that we had not yet adopted student outcome goals, and TEA's advisement was to do so immediately according to the process that was outlined. So in February, we built a timeline in alignment with improvement planning in order to bring these board-adopted or these goals for your adoption here tonight. When you think about these goals, in early literacy reading and mathematics, they must be aligned to STAR 3rd grade performance. They define that performance as students who meet or are above standard on the STAR in 3rd grade. And then they define the college, career, military readiness indicators as another goal that you must adopt. Along with the board-adopted student outcome goals, we will progress from X% to Y% over these 5 years. You identify yearly targets that show progress towards that increase. Next, the board is to identify, in collaboration with staff, closing the gap student group yearly targets. So now we have our student groups and we say, what progress will they make over the course of 5 years towards the district outcome goal? Next, the district identifies progress measures, which could be seen as internal data measures, where we monitor within the school year how we're going towards what we're trying to accomplish. And then finally, the board is to approve a school board monitoring calendar that speaks to progress updates and an annual reporting cycle. This slide details a template that you were provided as a PDF, and I'll use this to go through what you would see on each of the goals in the PDF. So at the top, what you notice is there is a board outcome goal. And I don't think that you can see this one, but it says that the percent of 3rd grade students that score meets grade level or above on STAR reading will increase from 56 to 70% by 2024. So that's the percent increase that we're planning on students who meet standard. The next piece is a yearly target. Beginning in 2020, and really what you see populated there is our actual data from 2019, because as you know, there is no STAR data from 2020. Using that number, we project in 2021 the percent of students who will meet grade level or above on reading. It is important to note that these student groups are not the same cohort. So with the student board outcome goals, this is related to the next group of students, and so you're really looking at a systematic change. Is the system improving the outcomes for students? And you can see the incremental gains through 2024. The next component here is the closing the gap student groups. So for each student group, if you look at 2020, you'll see an actual data point there for African American students as it relates to reading. Staff utilized that data point to project the progress that cohorts of students will make through 2024 towards the outcome goal that the board would adopt of increasing from 56 to 70% in literacy. On the next page, you see an example of the progress measures. Progress measures are internal data points like universal screeners or diagnostics that a district uses to track progress across a school year. So here you'll see for each progress measure, and in this example, the circle, which is our pre-kindergarten screener. So the circle is our monitoring metric, and it says that we will have pre-K students scoring on track in reading, moving from 43 to 81% by June of 2024. Again, you'll see yearly targets tied directly to the progress monitor of Circle, and then you'll also see closing the gap student group data tied to that progress measure. Now, a little bit earlier, I told you that the school board would adopt a monitoring calendar to have progress monitoring on these goals. You could expect that the district will, or the staff will bring a report around Circle data at the beginning, middle, and end of year for you to see how students are progressing in the coming years. The last requirement that you have in your PDF on page 9 is the board monitoring calendar. Now, as a board of trustees, you have many things that you do other than data review, and those could all be part of this calendar. What we have for your review tonight, if you look in the second column where it says goal and progress measure, those are the goals and progress measures tied directly to the student outcome goals that we've brought to you for adoption. In the next column where it says evaluations and other business, you see the alignment to our district improvement plan and our campus improvement plan reporting cycles. Where possible, we were able to keep some of that in the same month, and at other times there is a need to alternate the months related to those reporting cycles. The other item that some districts include on their school board monitoring calendar is the superintendent's evaluation, because it is tied directly to those improvement plans, and so that might be reporting that you would want to add on as we move forward. At this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Melissa Hubbard, the Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, and she'll dig specifically into the proposed outcome goals. Melissa?
Thank you, Stephanie. What I'm going to be presenting to you is I'm going to start with the specific literacy board outcome goal, as well as progress measures for literacy, and then I'll get into the math board outcome goals. So what you'll notice on here, just as Stephanie articulated a moment ago, is the literacy board outcome goal. It's tied back to the third grade STAR test, increasing from 56 to 70% between now and 2024. What you'll notice here as well on the graph is the district yearly targets that were referenced just a moment ago. We did have avenues for teachers and administrators to review the board outcome goals as well as the district yearly targets and provide us feedback, and we use that along the way to make adjustments. Some of the factors that would contribute to us attaining this goal include the intensive training that our teachers are going through with reading academies, as well as implementation and use of the data from the screeners that are required through House Bill 3 with literacy, as well as the increased intervention time that's been added to the elementary master schedule, and the launch and implementation of our ELC that's supposed to support those early literacy skills so that when they get to third grade, they are proficient readers. And so those are some of the things that have contributed to us designing these specific goals. What we also have here is related to the board outcome goals are the specific yearly targets per student group. And so you were provided with the PDF, and so just for your reference, the board outcome goal and the yearly targets are found on page 1 of your PDF document, and then the yearly targets that are specific to The student groups are also found there as well. So along with the board outcome goal, as Ms. Williams had indicated, we also have the progress measures. So for our literacy progress measures, we're going to be utilizing a couple of different tools, one being the pre-K circle assessment, two, Renaissance 360 in kindergarten related to at or above benchmark, which we will be able to measure 3 times a year as well. And for first and second grade, we would be looking at Renaissance 360, the percentage of the students that are predicted to meet the state projection. So those are the 3 pieces of data that we would use to progress measure, because we know that we can't wait until 3rd grade to see how these students are doing. So the progress measures are going to give us data along the way for our younger learners as we move toward the overall literacy board goal. For each student group, we also have progress measures indicated for yearly targets, and you can find that on pages 2 and 3 of your PDF file, specific to the progress measures for literacy. For math, you have a math board outcome goal that you can find referenced on page 4 of your PDF as well. For the math goal, we have written that 3rd grade students that score meets grade level or above STAR math would increase from 58% to 65%. What you'll notice different on this board outcome goal than we saw on the reading is that there is a slight decrease in 2021 due to the research that we have from national research on the gaps in math instruction following significant learning disruptions. So we're anticipating that this year we may see a dip from what we had in 2019 due to the research that we've seen on math and the data that we've seen with REN as well. Then we have incremental gains over time as students have more access to strategies and intervention to support those learning gaps, with a net gain of 7% over the course of the 5 years. What you'll also notice here, we did receive feedback from a small group of teachers on these board outcome goals as well as on the yearly targets, and received feedback from that small group that they felt that was a reasonable expectation due to what they're seeing in the classrooms as well. Just like with reading, we also have progress measures for math indicated in pre-K, kinder, and 1st grade, and 2nd grade as well. So what you'll notice here with our progress measures related to math is that with the circle assessment, we would be increasing from 68% to 83%. In kindergarten, we would be using TextKia, which is the new screener that's required by House Bill 3 for kindergarten students related to literacy, but it also has a math component. So since we're already going to be administering the TextKia for the literacy screener related to House Bill 3, we can leverage the math component as well and gather early numeracy data on our kindergarten students. So we'll be utilizing that as one of our progress measures. And then in 1st and 2nd grade, we will utilize our REN as our progress measure, similar to the reading in terms of the projections to be at or above benchmark, the projections to meet state standards. The specific information related to the math progress measures is found on page 5 and 6 of your PDF file. And that document also gets into the data that Ms. Williams was talking about in reference to closing the student achievement gaps by our student groups and how we would address those gaps in achievement. I'm going to now turn it over to Dr. Pilar Westbrook, who's going to go over the specific data on CCMR.
Thank you. So as far as our CCMR board goals, We want to make sure that we're addressing college, career, and military readiness, but we do need to let you know up front that the military readiness portion of this is going to be leaving the accountability system. And so just so you know, at this point, we do include it because it is currently included, but it is moving away. So what this will incorporate are all the assessments related to college, career, and military readiness, TSI, SAT, ACT, as well as college prep courses that students can take their senior year for English and math. Dual credits can be included in this, advanced placement with a 3 or higher, earning an associate's degree, which our early college, high school, and P-TECH students are driving towards to graduate with a high school diploma and associate's degree simultaneously, and earning on-ramps or dual enrollment options as courses for credit at high school and college. As well, the other side of this is the career readiness. So the career readiness includes everything from the CTE certifications, the IEP and workforce readiness for those who graduate, the CTE coherent sequence for the industry-based certifications, previously enlistment in the armed forces, advanced degrees identified for current special education students that graduate, and students who graduate with a level 1 or level 2 certificate. Along with this, we know that we've been conservative in our measures. So we went conservative for multiple factors. So to start with, we know that the COVID pandemic had an impact on our students. We all know, we've talked about learning loss. But additionally, there were stops to exams that students weren't able to take. So students had to pause on taking SAT, ACT, TSI in the spring of 2020. So that limited our ability to know where students are in many cases. As far as AP exams went virtual in the spring of 2020, and that allowed students to participate in the AP exams, yet we don't yet know what that's going to look like as far as AP scores, as far as how that translated for students as a first-time event. That data has not come through yet as far as how that will be measured and how that will actually affect the district. So we'll be continuing to monitor that. So that led to some of our conservative nature in the growth measure. Additionally, students weren't able to take their CTE certification exams in the spring of 2020. So these things all had an impact. As far as our students and the progress measures, so the progress measure around college readiness indicates at the top essentially the same exams that I've already mentioned and includes STAR EOC and PSAT because we can progress measure students to see if they're college ready by other indicators. So we can monitor our current freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors, and even our 8th graders that take PSAT to see if they're getting close to being or are college ready. So that'll help us monitor our progress moving forward, because the actual outcomes on the taper are 18 months behind. So essentially, it would be a very far reach to actually know whether our students are successful, and in many cases, they would have already graduated. We also know that the exams were impacted by universities switching due to the impact of the pandemic on all the college readiness assessments. Many of the colleges actually switched to a holistic approach to admissions, which meant they looked at more of a portfolio perspective on a student instead of did they score a certain percentage or certain score on SAT or ACT. We also know that moving forward, we will be monitoring all of these things on our current students and continuing to help them meet the measures within their college career and making sure that we provide supports when needed. Additionally, we know as far as the career and technical program that the program has put in place measures to go ahead and prepare teachers to prepare students. So ensuring that they provide the training up front, so that teachers are better prepared, as well as increased alignment in the program pathways so that there is strategic alignment that will help us meet those measures. And now I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie.
So I'll just close with our next steps. As I mentioned in the beginning, we are working to align these student outcome goals to all of our improvement plans. And our next step is to create the district and campus improvement plans. And those are scheduled to come to the board for approval in September. And then we will begin implementing progress monitoring structures aligned to the quarterly reviews on the district improvement and campus improvement plans, along with the board outcome goals. At this time, we could take any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Mrs. James?
Yes, thank you. My main question is around the CCMR progress measures. It seems like, Dr. Westbrook, the reasons you gave for such a small increment, so to me, the 62% to 65% seems very small, 22% to 25% seems very small. But all the reasons that you explained would indicate to me that we'd have a lower starting point. So I guess I'm a little bit confused about that. And I guess I would put the exclamation point on it by saying we're making a significant investment in dual credit and in CT pathways and I know we're giving having all of our students have an opportunity to take the PSAT, and we're increasing our AP enrollment, so we're making a push for that. So I've lost the logic of why you're saying we can only target such a small increase.
Sure. So some of the data is in arrears. Some of the students have already graduated. So we can't impact students that have already graduated. For students that are still here, we can continue to support them and provide opportunities for them to be college ready. You brought up a great point in the beginning that I wanted to make sure to talk about. The starting point of the data is actually, thank you so much for bringing it up, it's actually based on what the measures are within the taper. So based on our current 18-19 data, we know where we're starting by what we've received as where we are for CCMR, and then college ready, and then career ready. So we have those metrics within the taper.
Okay, so the 18-19 taper is what you're showing as the 2020 number. Okay. And that's why you're saying we're holding steady for 2 years, because we don't really know, we don't really know what that's going to look like.
Right. As well, I think we're more conservative because we've got a shorter period of time to catch the kids up, whereas an earlier grade level, you might have a longer runway to get students caught up. Additionally, our students are actually very high performing in many cases. So making great gains when students are successful also can be a big challenge. So we're trying to weigh those pieces. And historical data has shown there aren't great leaps, but we do anticipate moving the data up.
Okay, I guess I understand that, and we don't, it's hard to know what the data will tell us. I guess if we're going to look then and say we're comparing our starting point in 2017-18, I would say we have a lot more opportunity for students now, and in the next 3 years we'll have tremendous opportunity for them. So I guess I would just say if we have high expectations for ourselves, then we'll tend to work towards those. And I feel we're making a consistent, intentional investment in CTE education, in dual credit education, in the PSAT, in all these college-ready indicators. I think we're giving all the kids the TSI now, too. So it just seems to me that we have opportunity. And my response to this is kind of a low target.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hannah?
Thank you. And Ms. James, I had asked that question today because I thought that that target looked a little low, but I appreciate your explanation today. I do want to ask, because I don't want our target to be low because we're working with old data, and I don't, are we optimistic looking at the current level of participation in EOCs and the participation in how many kids participated in PSAT, that we will have better data next year to look at?
So throughout the high school cohorts, we do feel like we will have exponential growth, but because we're starting with some data that we can't impact and military readiness has gone away, we don't know how that will impact the equation. And we know that many of the programs within CTE, the alignment of the actual pathways and the certification opportunities that kids are going to get is going to significantly impact how students perform. As well, the opportunities like you've talked about, ECHS, P-TECH, associate's degrees will be coming out. So we know that the data will be moving, but additionally, moving it significantly could be challenging.
Okay, but just to clarify, do we have a significant percentage of students participating in AP exams and EOCs and PSAT this year? Or was it dramatically reduced because parents didn't want their kids on campus, or?
So AP exams started today, and they go the next 2 weeks. Yeah. And so we'll have to see how the participation plays out for this year. And then additionally, for PSAT and SAT and ACT, we believe there is a drop because we offered the opportunity for SAT school day. We tried to offer it last school year as across the district SAT school day. And then when the pandemic hit, essentially we were kind of caught off to the where we could no longer offer it, couldn't have it in person because it's only offered in person. We were able to re-up and do that this year for our seniors and juniors to get everybody caught up. But additionally, some students just didn't come in.
Okay. So hopefully that will look better next year. Thank you. So I want to start with a question about the early literacy and math information. But let me ask first, how many hours is the Reading Academy that the is it K2 or K3 teachers have to participate in?
It's required K3 right now.
K3, and like how many staff development hours is that?
The state quantifies that as 60 hours. Based on our numbers in cohort 1, it's closer to 80.
Okay, and is that in a teacher's evening in the summer? What does that look like for those teachers?
During this school year, our professional development days during the school year were dedicated to professional learning time, so they were able to recoup some of those hours at different times throughout the year. Next year, it is a job-embedded model, so the school year days, they start with 7 hours in the summer on Reading Academies, and each of the professional learning days that are allocated on the school calendar, they have a couple of hours of learning and support for their artifacts, and then they work with their PLC to develop their artifacts. So there's a lot better structure based on next year's adopted calendar to support teachers.
Okay, and so I am going to get to some questions on some data, but I want in my head to kind of, I'm putting myself in a teacher's position, and because we've been using the REN 360, and we have not been using like a record of oral reading, a formal like the DRA or the DRA2. Did we stop that, correct?
We did stop that. The new literacy screener, I believe Melissa may want to speak about that, does go back to that kind of model.
Okay, so the BAS with the Fountas and Pinnell. So the teachers are, what does training look like for that? How many hours is that?
So what we have in the summer is we have 7 hours of required compliance training just for the job roles, those grade level teachers that need to administer that. We also will have some asynchronous modules that they would be watching, and then we will integrate within the PLC time some calibration so that we can make sure that through the course of the year they're building in activities to calibrate the implementation of that assessment.
Okay, so that helps me, thank you. And so I'm asking that question because coming off of this year, those teachers aren't getting a slowdown, right? They're getting a lot on their plate.
And so implementing the new benchmark assessment, and that'll be the first year. And we know that we have a whole lot of kids that need remediation. And so before I ask about the data, I'm going to ask to please think of our early teachers in the early grades and how we can help them. Because if you've never been the person to give those one-on-one record of oral reading kind of running record assessments, I mean, we're looking at for certain teachers, like a first grade teacher, I mean, at minimum, things going chop, it's 9 hours. 9 hours of, and kids can't do independent work that much. So it's 9 hours beginning of the year, 9 hours middle, and I'm just asking, is there any way to think outside the box for these teachers who have the Reading Academy on their plate? They're going to start back in this kind of assessment. Just thinking outside the box, how can we support our teachers and the kids that need remediation? Because working independently for all of those hours at the beginning of the year and the middle of the year and the end of the year, that doesn't help remediate the students. So the students, a kindergarten student can't sit there for an hour. And so my heart goes out to the early teachers because they have a big responsibility, and I'm hoping we could, I don't know, be creative and somehow find them some support during those testing windows. I think that would be really amazing. I did want to ask, because where I felt the career and college readiness targets were rather low, I want to ask with that and the literacy and the math measures for the early elementary grades, is there something in this House Bill 3 requirement that we can modify?
Yes.
This? Okay.
So we do have the ability, as we look at our progress measures, and then when we look at our STAR data that we end up getting, that we can go back and make adjustments.
Okay, because I like to shoot for the moon, but I did ask today for you to give me the 2017, 18, and 19 data, and so we had, in just literacy, we had 56% either meeting or scoring above, and then we dropped down to 52% in 2018, and then to 56% in 2019. So that was pre-pandemic, and we saw such small growth, but yet post-pandemic, we have this movement in 3 years that we're going to jump from 56 to 70, and I know this is what I'm voting on, is to prove this. And I'm going to just tell you, I am so glad that the House Bill 3 required the academy. I think that's important for teachers. Some teachers don't get quality preparation in their education program, but going from a 56 to a 70 in 3 years, and then when we look back 3 years, we went from 56 to 56. And so I know it's going to take those teachers several years to internalize that training that they get. So I guess I'm just sharing this because I'm concerned about those numbers. I'm concerned that I want to make sure it's realistic, and that teachers and campuses in their with their improvement plans, that it's a realistic goal for them to be able to reach that, because that seems like a hard number to get to.
Yeah, I think what you're saying too is it's very aggressive. We understand the high standards around it, but it's very aggressive based on the historical data that we've seen over the last 3 years, even pre-pandemic. So I guess what I'm hearing Trustee Hannah really ask is, do we have a plan, a good success plan for the teachers to meet that goal? And then I'm also glad to see this has to be in the CIPs. I think that's really positive, because when I look forward to seeing that in the CIPs for next year. And then I had one more.
Oh, I did have a question about the literacy, because I'm assuming that you're bundling all of this, and it would be English, kids in English program and a bilingual program, so that number is for all. That's the average that we're trying to get, so even for the Spanish takers that take
Yes,
the
ma'am.
Spanish test?
It would be
Okay.
all of the students, and then in the student groups, we would have the specific yearly targets for each student group, which includes English language learners, but the state doesn't require us to separate it out. Although when we do our quarterly reporting, we can look at it separated like we've been doing with the Renaissance data.
Okay, and so I know I'll end there. I know you know that I had some other questions and concerns about, I want performance parity too. I want to close that gap, but I want to make sure all of our populations have reasonable and high expectations for their growth in all subpopulations. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Helliger.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Dr. Gilliam?
And thank you, Ms. Hannon, because I'm going to just grab that, what she had. Okay, going back to the 56%. We did board training. In fact, I was there, and Ms. Williams and I were in the same training it was Lone Star. So, and the one thing that they shared with us, and I want to say it was back in January, was about the taper report. So I'm looking at this. And so it was a matter, and I'm going to go by the suggestion that Lone Star shared, was basically you take your reading at 3rd grade, and then you work from there. That was the suggestion. So, and just as Ms. Hannon said with 56, we were told that 56% is actually 36% that we would look. So I do understand the conservative numbers, but I think that we need to, I would like for us to be transparent, and I don't know if we can we actually have can we get the actual number? This 56% is from 2019, is that correct? Okay, so here is the exact language that was used, is that we are, what the state is doing, TEA is actually pulling 20 points off of that. And that would be, and I don't necessarily, you'll have to, this is what I remember, so my memory could be wrong, but it was to where you look at that 36%. So in looking from that 36% to the 70%, that's even more. I think you were talking about it, Ms. Hannon, as far as can we get from 56% to 70%? So that would be something that I'm throwing out. I wouldn't even put a dollar on it to bet on it if it was right. But it was definitely, there was a deficit there because that is what we've lost. And so then I heard 18 months behind. This was at 6 months behind that they were talking about. They were only talking about what happened from March going into the end of the year, that we had lost about 6 months. And so now, which would make sense with the 18 months that we're talking about now, that we're in May of 2021. Okay, so I just wanted to throw that out. Like how much decline would we actually, if we can pinpoint somehow the decline that we had and then go through and actually establish some benchmarks, maybe that would help us. Okay, so that was that. I'm going to move on to, I'm looking at the board adopted goals. Oh, that's the same thing, so I don't have to say that. But I would like to, I guess I'll go back to the CCMR. We started at the 62%. I can see why we did 62 to 65 because we're being conservative. So I'm thinking, and I'm definitely with, I think Ms. James said it as well as Ms. Hannon, as far as that 62 is probably way, way lower. And maybe, do we just not want to publish that? Or can we stick with, do we know that it's 62? Do we want to be transparent and try to figure out? Okay.
I think I get what you're saying, Dr.
Okay.
Williams. So essentially you're saying because we know what the historical data is, but we believe there'll be a 30% dip based on what you've shared. And so it could be more like a 31% or.
Well, it was like a 20% dip.
Okay, there we go.
At that time.
Okay.
Okay.
So That is a possibility. I mean, it is possible that we have a dip. We just don't know how the data will reflect. We feel like TEA does do a measure of correction in off years, at least historically. We don't know what they're really going to do, but I would say it's a possibility.
And I just have one more question. I know it's very late. The increased intervention time, how would that look right now when we're talking about increased intervention time for students?
So specifically, I'll talk about elementary since the indicators are for elementary. So the way the master schedule is built out that allows for the additional teacher PLC time, it also allows for 45 minutes of daily intervention for all kids outside of the tier 3 support that might be provided through LLI or a math specialist. So there's 45 minutes built into every single day in the elementary level that would be for tier 2 or tier 3 intervention for kids. And so what we're doing in the curriculum is providing guidance to teachers on what does that 45 minutes look like, what are some specific skills and strategies that can be used, one of them being flexible grouping based on data. And so that's kind of what the structure that's been put in place at the elementary level for intervention.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Williams?
Okay, my first question is about the early literacy center. How many campuses will house one of those centers?
So we currently have one early literacy center at Ridgemont Elementary, and then we are expanding next year to another one at Hunters Glen Elementary.
So we have 26 total Title I elementary schools, and we're only going to have 2 centers? Is that what I'm hearing?
At this time, we only have 2, one in the Marshall feeder pattern and then one in the Willow Ridge feeder pattern.
Are you able to elaborate on why you chose to just focus on those 2 when we know we have over 40% of our kids who are low socioeconomic? And when I'm looking at your data, we're looking at the expectations for our Black and brown kids to be 36%, 46%. We know there are some barriers there, but yet we only selected 2 campuses. And I'm just simply stunned at the moment that we're only focusing on 2 campuses.
Well, we started with the Willow Ridge feeder pattern. The Ridgemont Early Literacy Center that's in the Willow Ridge feeder pattern, that campus services all of the pre-K students, all of the kindergarten students, and all of the first grade students in that entire feeder pattern. And so that our data showed that was the feeder pattern that we needed to begin this programming with because of the literacy needs in that feeder pattern. We're expanding, as Melissa said, to Hunters Glen, to the Marshall feeder pattern, and we're going to, all of the pre-K students in that feeder pattern will be serviced at the Early Literacy Center, and we will build the cohort going forward. So it'll expand the number of students. Now, every elementary and Title I school has kinder, first and second grade teachers. We have balanced literacy cadres that provide professional development for teachers. We add additional interventionists and literacy interventionists to all of our Title I campuses, so they have a very robust staffing package to provide additional support.
Okay, well, I'm going to look at the master schedules and make certain that those programs are really in place on those campuses, because it just seems that it's not enough that is being done. If I'm hearing only 130 spaces are available, when we know we're dealing with kids who are living in extreme, how can I put this? They are low socioeconomic. So if we have students that are in such conditions, it seems like we as a district should have done more to assist those students. Also, I wanted to know about the application process. How do you decide which students are admitted to the program?
As I said, for the Ridgemont Early Literacy Center, all of the children in the Willow Ridge feeder pattern that are pre-K students, kinder students, and first grade students attend the Early Literacy Center. So there's no application process. That's where they go to school. That's where they're zoned to school. Mhm.
Right, but now let's go to Hunters Glen.
Well, we're year one of the program will be starting in 21, 22. So we'll build the first cohort of pre-K students and then build from there, just as we did with the Ridgemont Early Literacy Center.
Okay, so that's what is contradictory to me. If we are saying that we have 130 spaces open, so if we know we have 130 spaces open, how many students are going to be enrolled there? We wouldn't have that number, correct, if it was going to be open to all of them.
We will service all of the students who register for pre-K at the Early Literacy Hunters Glen campus.
So just for clarification, so for this first cohort at Hunters Glen, from an implementation standpoint, all kindergartners, no, so all pre-K in the Marshall feeder pattern, all of them, whether they would be zoned to E.A. Jones or some of the other schools, all the pre-K in the Marshall feeder pattern will attend this Early Literacy Center. Okay, right? Is that correct? Yes. Then our kindergartner, who will be the kindergartners at this school? Will it just be the kindergartners at Hunters Glen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, and then the first graders at Hunters Glen. Okay, so we're starting off with all, kind of creating a fresh new cohort with our pre-K students in the Marshall feeder pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Ms. Williams, does that help?
No, because I know what I heard from the lady who I spoke to, and I can't think of her name right now. When I heard her say it's going to be 130 spots, as if it was a selection process, and now we're saying it's not a selection process. If you enroll in pre-K, you're automatically admitted to the Early Literacy Center, is what I'm hearing now.
Ms. Williams, I'm here. The number that I gave you during the last meeting was a projection that was based on our PASA demographers who project how many students we may be serving. We use that number in order to determine how to staff the campus, not to say that those are all the students that we will serve. So if we have more than 130 students who enroll, we will staff the campus appropriately to make sure that we're serving every student who enrolls. Students in pre-K qualify through income, through status as homelessness, through having a parent who is a disabled veteran. They have to, also through home language. So there are several different criteria that they meet in order to register. Any student who meets at least one of those criteria will qualify to attend pre-K. And whether we actually have 121 students show up, as I mentioned last week, or we have more students show up, we will staff the campus appropriately to make sure we have the number of teachers needed to serve each of them.
Okay, so thanks for clarifying that, because what I heard was that it was some type of admission process, and I didn't want any student to be left behind. If we have an admission process, that it should have been made public.
Absolutely.
But if you're saying all the students will have an opportunity to attend, then I am good with that particular answer.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right. If there are no more questions, I'm going to move on to our next item.
President, I just want to clarify, because there was several comments made about some of the measures. Or is the board comfortable proceeding with this as a recommendation for next week? Are you expecting staff to modify some of the measures? Or I just want to make sure we don't show up next week with a misunderstanding.
Ms. Hannah.
May I ask
another question. Did we, or did you use TA guidance, or what got you to these numbers of growth? Because they are very large numbers. If you could help me understand that, because thank you, Dr. Dupree, I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable with the early reading and math projection. Now, it did help that she answered that they could modify it, I'm assuming by year. But, you know, if you are off, is there any ramification to not meeting your projection? Okay, so if you could just share a little bit more how you, looking back and looking forward, I know you mentioned the reading academies and.
We also, Ms. Hannon, we also looked at some of our MOI REN data that we've collected from kinder, first, and second grade students. When we get into MOI and into the EOI, which is kind of taking place now, we do gather information about the state predictability. And so when we looked at that data, for reading specifically, it was significantly higher than what we saw in the math. And so that's why we made those goals a little bit more aggressive, because the percentages that we looked at there told a little bit of a different story than in the math one, in terms of the percentage of kids that were projected, so to speak, to pass the STAR test.
And is any of that based on perhaps inflated scores because the students are doing it at home?
So our MOY data, actually, we looked at average scale scored, and we got feedback from campuses. And our MOY data, we don't have as much concern about the validity in the early grades that we did with the BOY. So we did not look at BOY data, we looked at the MOY data. We also did some comparison between the MOY data from this year and the MOY data from last year, and it seemed pretty much on target. So that's how we went about making some of these predictions. But they are significant jumps, like you mentioned, in relation to what we've seen in terms of percentage pass from year to year in the past, like the 2018 data and the 2019 data that you referenced previously.
Okay. But to your point, Dr. Dupree, I do not know that I feel comfortable that we can go from a 56 to a 70, knowing that we may not be able to stay at 56 next year with the STAR, the goal one piece.
Yes.
So, you know, I mean, we're not voting on it here. I just, you know, I do trust you. I'm not, well, actually, I guess I am questioning it. It just seems like, how did we go from 56 to 52 to 56, but then in the next 3 years, we're making this dramatic jump, and we know we have such learning loss. And in those years, we did not have the kind of learning loss we know that is happening.
So I think the recommendation is, what I'm hearing is that the numbers are pretty aggressive. I made that statement earlier. And so maybe we need to look at a more conservative approach to how we use for our metrics for this. So I think if Dr. Dupree and staff, if you all could provide us with another view on those numbers, that will give us a more comfortable, make us more comfortable that we can actually obtain it, because we don't want to set goals that we can't obtain. So or provide us with more information on how we're going to obtain those at that number of 70. I mean, you heard Dr. Gilliam and you heard Trustee Hannah talk about the gaps and the percentages of the minus 20. So we just want to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for failure and our teachers up for failure either.
I totally understand. Thank y'all very much.
All right, thank you.
And my only comment would be really, truly honing in on the start point. Is it truly a 56? Is it a 50? Is it a 45? Thank you.
Ms. James? Thank you. And I guess my comment would be, It sounds as if quite a bit of work has gone into putting these numbers together, and maybe with the understanding that we can modify them once we get some data that's good, because I think we're in a little bit of a place of not having good data to know what our starting point is. So if we go into that with our eyes wide open, then I think, maybe this is where we start knowing, okay, now when we get a data set back that's reliable, maybe that's the end of the year REN 360. I don't know what it would be, but that would be my suggestion as a middle point to this.
All right, thank you, Ms. James. All right, our next item on our agenda is item 6A3, review the 2021-22 board self-evaluation instrument. The Vision and Planning Committee met, I believe, 2 weeks ago to review our self-evaluation tool with the board, and we had a subcommittee that went back and kind of refined our approach. And so, Ms. James, if you would like to share.
Yes, ma'am. We have a couple of slides. I don't know where Gary is, but that's okay. We did the board self-evaluation on April 12th. As Addie said, we met with the Vision and Planning Committee. Then a subcommittee of the Vision and Planning Committee, 3 trustees met to write the elements and put it in the format that's in our board packet that you're seeing today. Gary, if you could move to the second slide there. There's a little triangle that we came up with during the Vision and Planning meeting, because we made the connection, I guess, if you will, that the real effort of the board is, or the purpose of the board self-evaluation is to really support the accomplishment of the strategic plan. So we sort of drew this triangle to talk about how the board self-evaluation, the superintendent self-evaluation, and the monitoring the milestones of the strategic plan really have to work together in order for us to help to monitor our core business of students making progress through the curriculum and attaining the attributes of the profile of a graduate. And the other thing the other key piece of this is that what we measure is what gets done. And just like we've had this conversation tonight about House Bill 3 and how we're going to put that plan into place and how we're going to monitor it as part of our strategic milestones and how it's going to work towards helping us achieve our goals, that's the kind of thing that we realize that the board needs to monitor. So the key pieces there are for the board to evaluate their teamwork and their collaboration as a group and with the district leaders, monitor progress towards goals, and have actionable next steps and clear direction for the board and the district as an outcome. I also just made a note there of the team of 8 being critical, and that'll be a critical next step for the board to work on the development of the team of 8, because the board isn't going to be successful in its work unless there's a strong team of 8 and strong working relationship with the superintendent. And we did capture in our subcommittee some components of the superintendent evaluation. And as I graduate from the school board next week, I'll be willing my little 3x5 card here to a worthy trustee to carry the torch of the superintendent evaluation components. All right, next slide. So the format of the board self-evaluation would have 2 surveys that would be completed before the board got together. One would be around the leadership competencies, both as individuals and as a group, kind of rating ourselves on a scale to determine how we are doing as a group. This came up in the board self-evaluation meeting we had a few weeks ago. And then, based on our board operating procedures, we used the framework for school board development and pulled some key questions that we thought were relevant and important and that had come up in our board self-evaluation conversation. And so that's in the outline that you have in your packet. And with the purpose being to have an impact on student achievement, as I've already mentioned, and having actionable priorities and next steps as an outcome.
All right, thank you, Ms. James. Dr. Gilliam? All right.
She was on the committee, so she's got questions.
I thought she was. I mean, put her on there, so I was wondering. Okay, very good. All right. Our next item is 6A4, review 2021-2022 teacher pay scale, stipend schedule, and resulting compensation adjustments. Any questions there? I think we heard from Mr. Glenn. We promoted you. That extra learning that Ms. Hannah talked about earlier. Okay. Does anyone have any questions about that? All right. Item 6A5, review recommendations for new positions and campus staffing for the 2021-22 school year. Item 6A6, review the 2021-22 general fund, debt service fund, and child nutrition fund budgets. Item 6AB1, review 2021-22 instructional materials allotment and Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills Certification. Item 6C, 1, review alternate approvals for the Texas Education Agency Public Education Information Management System. Item 6D1, review renewal of the district's depository contract with Prosperity Bank. Item 6D2, review interlocal agreement with the Fort Bend County for the collection of ad valorem taxes, penalties, interest, attorney fees owed to Fort Bend ISD. Item 6D3, review purchase exceeding $50,000, specifically for, I'm going to do all of them, review purchase of fresh produce, review purchase of temporary staffing services, review purchase of voluntary employee benefit services, review purchase of data center lit fiber wide area network services, review purchases of Department of Transportation physical examinations, drug and alcohol testing services, and related items, and review ratification of an additional $8,983 for services rendered from January 2021 through March 2021. Are there any questions on those? Okay. Item 6E1, review easement with CenterPoint Energy for electrical services to new elementary school 53. Ms. James.
So my question is on these next two items, and it's really in the recommendation. Maybe this is a question for Mr. Morris, I'm not sure. But we write it out here that the board president or the designee is going to negotiate and execute the easement. I can understand executing the agreement or the easement form, but I'm wondering why we have, why we're assigning the board president to negotiate the agreement.
I can go ahead and answer that. So based on a legal recommendation, staff is doing the negotiation, but because of the lead time that we have to place the documents for the board approval, if we don't put in there the negotiation by the board president, if there's any change, which they are at times, just minor changes, because it involves encumbrance of real property, we would have to pull the item and then bring it back. And so legal went ahead and asked us to go ahead and put that in there, and then it allows us to go ahead and move it forward in case there are any changes. We've had times when we had to pull the document because something changed from the time that we put it in, and then it finally came to the board.
So you're saying that if the measurements change or the language of the agreement?
Yes, ma'am, that's
What
correct.
types of things change?
There's possibility sometimes that the agreement language changes, or, we're looking at, where the easement is going to be, and it may move the document that we had when we first loaded it, may just, move over a foot or so, and if that were to happen, then we wouldn't have to go ahead and pull the item and then put the right document in and bring it back.
Okay, so it has to do with then some of the details of the easement itself.
That is correct.
Going with, okay. And so I noticed that in the first one that we're talking about now, and the next one that's on our agenda with the mud, that there isn't a president or designee listed there, and I was wondering, is there a particular reason for that, or was that just an oversight? Because I just wondered why the language was different in the two recommendations.
It is not a requirement in that particular easement to have that language.
But wouldn't we want to? Because wouldn't it be you that was working on the negotiation with the board president's blessing?
Correct, and we would be bringing it to the board president for signature. So in other words, I wouldn't be signing this. It would still be the board president signing.
So the question is, for clarity, why does one have it versus the other? What in 6E1 that it is requiring us to have that statement versus why it's not in 6E2?
Yeah, the difference is the center point easement and the mud easement. And the mud does not require it to say board president. We could put it there. And since we have the negotiation, that allows us to make that change. So we could make that change, but it's not a requirement. With Center Point wants that in there when we receive the document from them. And so that's why it's in there.
So it's the municipality that, or in this case, the vendor that's requiring that.
But the MUD does have it in there. The MUD does have it listed as Fort Bend ISD board president, or the one I'm looking at.
I'm not following the questioning, because they both indicate president and negotiate. What are we misunderstanding?
The first one has board president or designee, and the second one does not.
In terms of, so the second one doesn't say designee.
That's
It
correct.
just says board president.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think it's fine if there's a designee there, but I'm saying if you're saying you're going to be the one negotiating and it's not going to be the board president, then I don't know. It wasn't parallel, so that's why I was asking.
Yes, ma'am, and I understand what you're saying. We can make that change.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to open it back up to 6E2. We didn't read that one. Review easement with the Fort Bend County Municipal Utility District 46 for a water meter at New Elementary School 53. Are there any other questions on that one? All right, very good. Item 6E3, review construction services agreement with prime contractors incorporated for structural repair at various campuses. All right, we are down to our audience items, and we have one speaker tonight. You will get 3 minutes. Mrs. James will will time you, and she will give you a 30-second notice. We have Ms. Glenda McCall.
Glenda, is the microphone on?
How about now? There you go. Good evening, President Helger, esteemed board members, Dr. Dupree, and the executive administrative team. My name is Glenda Guzman McCall, and I am the president of Fort Bend American Federation of Teachers. First, I want to thank Ms. Helliger and Ms. James for your dedication to your positions on the board. Your service is valued and appreciated by all teachers and staff all over the district, and you will be greatly missed. We thank you both for your service and wish you the best and hope to work with you in future endeavors. We'd also like to congratulate and welcome Ms. Christian Malone and Ms. Judy Day to the board and look forward to working with them to advocate for teachers and staff in order to enrich the lives of students they serve. All of you have demonstrated commitment to serve your community and is deeply appreciated. Tonight, I would like to thank the board and the administrative and finance team for putting our teachers and our staff first. The recommended increases to teacher salaries and the 4% increase to non-teacher compensation is welcomed and well-deserved. Our teachers and staff have worked hard during doing whatever it takes to make sure that our students have everything they need to succeed. It has been a long and very hard road, and the recognition of their hard work in the form of compensation is most appreciated. I would ask that as we move forward in the next step, that we remember what is important. And I appreciate the fiscal soundness that the board values, and the team worked very hard to maintain these increases. I ask that as we move forward in this process, that we also consider that other types of compensation, such as insurance, also be maintained in order to protect the integrity of the increase. Pay is important, but benefits are just as important. And so as we move forward, I ask that you maintain the same diligence in maintaining value and cost for those benefits. I also ask that you consider ways in which we can provide a practical work-life balance for our teachers. If you want to maintain great teachers, they have to be able to maintain healthy and fulfilling lives outside of the classroom. This has been difficult, if not almost impossible, for many teachers, and I ask that we work together towards finding a real solution to this real problem.
30
I
seconds.
trust that together we can find these solutions as we move past this pandemic towards a more normal environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McCall. At this time, I ask for
A motion to adjourn.
a motion to adjourn. I was thinking, we don't have any action items. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
We are now adjourned at 10:41. Thank you all.